Wait, I don't even need to have I don't even need to have I had my phone on airplane mode before I went on this, and then I realized I'm using an iPhone that like doesn't have any access to data. So yeah. Anyway, um, first of all, can you guys hear the construction going on next door? Okay, well, never mind. They just stopped. The house right next to me is completely being obliterated. So they're doing construction, and that's something that we can't avoid. Um, oh, a tiny bit. You can hear it a tiny bit. That's not good. Hey, C. John. Ooh, you can. Oh shit. Well, how am I going to avoid that? Because I came into my bedroom to hear less of it. Oh wait, is my other window open? No, that door's closed. Fuck. Yeah, it's kind of unavoidable. So we're just gonna deal. It's just gonna, do what it do. Um. Anyway, we are here to do our call-in show. I am sorry that we're doing it on a Monday instead of a Tuesday like we usually do. Um, I am trying to, again, as we've talked about for weeks now, re-examine my workflow and that sort of thing. And so I figured it would make my life a bit easier if I did it on Monday instead of Tuesday. So that's what we're here to do, and we're here to talk about the subject of last week's True Tea episode, which was titled "Straight Men Who Rebrand Themselves to Date dfab non-binary folks." Now, a lot of people are asking what dfab means. Dfab means designated female at birth. A lot of people use AFAB. I just like the way DFAB sounds more. To me, designated and assigned are literally the same words. Maybe somebody else can give me more information about why you see designation and assignment as different terms. I think that's splitting hairs. But it sort of is what it is. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about, and that's just kind of what it is. So that's what we're here to discuss. I'm gonna have to try real hard not to. I'm gonna like not read the chat. It's so hard for me to not read chat on this app. Okay, so I'm gonna hide chat for a quick second. All right, so what are we gonna talk about? If you guys did not listen to the podcast episode, you definitely should. You're gonna have a much better understanding of what I'm talking about if you listen to the podcast, because I'm just gonna quickly go over it here. But basically, what I wanted to discuss was there were a couple of situations that I've had that have led me to believe that there are these men who have dating and romantic preferences that are basically the exact same ones as your standard, cis hetero dude, um, who have begun to sort of rebrand themselves in a way where they're communicating a sexual openness to trans people of all different shades, but not because they want to actually communicate that to somebody like myself who is a transgender woman, but because they want to maintain their chances with specifically non-binary people who are designated female at birth. Now, I know that that's kind of confusing to hear because I know that not everyone has the experience that I have. But as a trans woman who tends to be read as cis, who often is read as some shade of queer by virtue of the way that I dress, honestly, I am a very sex positive person. I'm goth, I have an alternative style. And so a lot of people just sort of associate that with queer women. We've talked about this several times, but people often assume that I'm bisexual, and I haven't really understood why that is, with the exception of I'm open about, sex, and I have an alternative style, So I often get these sort of weird experiences where, people sort of assume that I'm one flavor of queer. And then I tell them that I'm a different flavor. And they're like, disappointed by that. And this is something that has come up with me a couple of times with some men that I've attempted to date. So I'll just quickly go over the two experiences I discussed in the podcast. One of them was probably the most gratuitous experience. I went on a date with a guy. We were having a really, really great time. Met him on OkCupid. I'm always very clear about being a transgender woman. I put that up there, very, very upfront, very, very clear. But we just had like really great conversation over over Messenger on OkCupid. And then he asked me out on a date. And, usually I take a lot more time to, agree to going out on a date with somebody, but he was cute. I was bored. I wanted to go out. He asked me out. I said yes. That's basically how it went. And so we're enjoying our evening, and it's literally like almost like a dream-like date. We're just really getting on really well. We went to like this little place in Koreatown where they do like alcoholic ice creams and video games. And I was like playing video games, sitting on his lap, at the space and everything. Like we were really like connecting quite well. And then I kind of decided to have like the conversation with him about his experience with trans women. And he had told me a story of a time where he had met this really hot, and obviously because he's misgendering, I'm gonna misgender, really hot goth girl at some club, and at a bar rather. And he had expressed interest in her, but was being very he was expressing interest in her, but she was being very offended by the fact that he was describing this person as a she, that he was talking to this person as though they were a woman. This person was dfab, but did not identify as a woman, and was very offended by the fact that he was speaking to them as though they were one. And so this person really went off on them. And what he left that situation um understanding is that he is attracted to defab non-binary folks as long as they have, as he put it, the right parts, right? And so it was at that point that I realized that his understanding of the term trans woman was defab non-binary person. And so it was very kind of shocking how quickly that sort of shifted the conversation, because it was like we were really getting along, everything was good, really excited to see him again. And then the moment he realized that I didn't have the parts that he wanted, the relationship, faded away. It didn't have a possibility anymore. And we ultimately ended up um, ending the date very, very shortly thereafter. Um, and yeah, that was probably the most gratuitous, most obnoxious, most in your face experience that I've had with what I think is this new emerging consciousness around dating and relationships that still doesn't exactly have the right language to sort of define these sort of men who are frankly men who are attracted to basically any and everyone who has a pussy. um and I think these conversations are really interesting to have because we don't have the greatest language for it. And I think that because of certain conversations that we've been having, some men have, with this understanding that, a lot of very sex positive, liberal minded women have this um they have a disinterest in dating men who are transphobic or would probably reject a transgender person romantically. There are men who have started to sort of change their way of describing themselves to specifically appeal to those women. Now, the story that I told about that particular thing was that I had gone to this lifestyle party, and I was talking to this guy, ran into this guy in the middle of a conversation that he was having about Toy Story. We hit it off really, really well. I've spoken about this a couple times, but I usually don't do shit at lifestyle parties beyond getting naked and flirty and smiley. That's usually my vibe. I don't usually do the jumping into bed with a person thing. Um, but I like being in situations where I can just be sexy and free and liberated and blah 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 blah. And so we were having a conversation, and a lot of times I try to ask men about, their sexuality and who they are and what they're into, da 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 da, just out of curiosity, especially if we're getting on well. Sometimes I want to ask this because I'm interested and I want to figure out if they are a person who isn't attracted to trans people or not, right? And so I asked him, and he described himself as pansexual. And he told me that he's been with men and women, he's been with trans men and trans women, and he's just this very open-minded guy, right? And he was, if you were to verbalize the kind of men that I tend to be attracted to, he was saying all the right words, right? So really long story short, he spent all day kind of pushing up on me. I was curving him left and right because, I knew that he was there to do naughty shit, and knowing me, was not. um, and so I kept curving him, but eventually I did, unfortunately, um, get in the mood, I guess you could say. And I pulled him aside and explained to him that I was a transgender woman. Um, because he was clearly interested in doing the thing. I had hit that moment in the evening where I guess I was open to doing a thing. And so I wanted to talk to him about my transness before we were intimate. So I talked to him. He expressed a bit of trepidation, but then went for it. And long story short, I tripped and fell on his dick. I was walking down the street alone, just having a normal day. And then I tripped on a banana peel and slipped on his dick. It happens to the best of us, right? And so we had some, mediocre, decent-ish sex. And one of the things I didn't mention in the podcast, which think probably would have given more context to the story, was that I saw him, pursue several other women that night, and he was getting rejected quite a bit. Um, you know, Mostly just because he came off as a very thirsty, pushy dude, frankly. Um, I thought he was cute. I was in the mood. And so, I walked down the street, slipped on a banana peel, tripped and fell on his dick. And for my memory, it was, okay. I don't remember it being particularly amazing. And I talk about this in the podcast, but one of the biggest reasons I don't have casual sex like that is because I am very invested in my own sexual pleasure. And I find that men who don't know me very well don't know how to fuck me and tend to be drama, which this was. So the party, because I ended up tripping and falling on his dick at an after party, right? And the after party ended, right? And we're picking all our stuff together. For context, he was there with one of his partners, a cis female partner. Um, and at the end of the party, I'm getting ready to leave, and he calls me into the bathroom this time, and he's standing there with his partner, and he's telling me that he feels like I deceived him. He told me he's never been with a trans woman. He didn't really appreciate me being deceptive. Um, and this was something new to him, and he didn't appreciate how it just seemed so normal to me, but it was such a big thing for him. Now, of course, the moment that he's saying this, I'm saying this is the exact reason why I don't do this. Literally, this happening right now is the exact reason why I tend not to have sex at these parties, because this is some fucking bullshit. You know, he spent all day long telling me how attracted he was to trans people, how many trans people he's had sex with. He was sitting there complimenting different men's dicks and things. Um, but in this moment, we in this moment when he's standing there, especially in front of his cis female girlfriend, he he had never done it before. He was completely inexperienced, and I was the deceptive one for not immediately telling him that I was a trans woman while he was flirting with me. And so it was such a bizarre thing, because what I had recognized from that situation, because there's really only two ways this goes. Either he was a chaser who's being manipulative, which is, who knows, that's probably a chance, that's probably possible. Um, or, and I think this is probably the more likely one, he perceived me as some shade of dfab non-binary person, and he wanted to essentially perform how much of an open-minded person he was, when in truth he was really only interested in the pussy I didn't have. Right? Um, and I think that some of his frustration, the reason I mentioned him being rejected from other women, is I think from some of his frustration was he really wanted some pussy and I didn't have it. And he, after doing the thing with me, got, the typical you have an orgasm, you regret sort of thing. And he was like, I think he was very disappointed with the fact that I didn't have the parts that he wanted, even though he had spent all day assuming that. And he had projected his upset with me not having those parts onto me, and now I became a deceptive person. Meanwhile, all I was doing was walking around naked, smiling at people, responding to his conversation. That's all I fucking did, was exist in public as myself. There was no deception going on. I was simply being me. He found me attractive, assumed I had a pussy, and that's a him problem, not a me problem, frankly. Um, and so this led to more conversations that I wanted to have, because it was actually very bizarre to be in a situation where somebody outwardly was suggesting that they were so open-minded, experienced, woke, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, they just wanted some pussy. And for me, I said in the podcast, this has two sides, right? Because on one end, I've seen a lot of relationships like this, right? Where you've got this guy who is in these relationships with these dfab non-binary folks, or sometimes even transgender men, right? And they're performing all of this acceptance, they're performing all of this, I'm woke, da 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 da. But in truth, at the end of the day, these are men who are exclusively attracted to people who have vaginas, right? And you see this so clearly when, because I've seen a lot of like, person dates somebody who they initially think is a cis woman. That person starts to recognize that they are a transgender man, right? And this straight man can sort of be in this relationship for a short period of time, especially when they're not actually transitioning physically. And the moment they start taking tea, the moment that they start being masculine, the moment that they can stop really suspending their disbelief and just sort of seeing through this person's gender and seeing them as a woman, then the relationship goes to shit. And then you find out, okay, no, it wasn't. In some situations, to humor the partner, these people will change their identifications and start describing themselves differently, just to not make their partner uncomfortable. But in all reality, they are your standard cis hetero dude who likes women with vaginas. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Y'all know how I feel about that. I think it's totally fine for people to have that particular preference. um on my end, it's a little dizzying because I don't love being in situations where I'm just existing as myself and you're treating my existence as an affront to you because I didn't have certain parts because you assumed that I had certain parts, right? Um, I don't love being in that position. And I also don't like having to explain that trans woman means trans woman, right? And I want to say, even I should have started with this. I'm not, even though it seems like I'm doing this, I'm really not talking about, I don't really feel comfortable questioning other people's sexuality. I really don't. Um, so this conversation is a bit tricky for me because it sounds like kind of that's what I'm doing. But what I'm actually observing is like there are people who are very aware that the women that they're attracted to are particularly attracted to very open-minded queer men. We've been doing a lot of criticism of straight men, right? We spent a lot of time the past 5 or so years really attacking and criticizing straight men and toxic masculinity, all things that I think we should be fucking doing. Let's not get it fucked up. Let's keep doing that, right? And I think that there are some men who have observed that criticism of toxic masculinity and, oh, cis het men or whatever. And they've started to kind of shift the way that they're presenting themselves so that they can seem more desirable to these women. It's the same thing with the male feminist thing, where this person could be a deep misogynist, right? Just a straight up fucking misogynist. But if they learn a couple of buzzwords, if they learn a couple of sayings, they can throw it up on their profiles and suddenly be far more attractive to a lot of the women that they're attracted to. Right. Now, somebody left a comment about on the video that I posted on my side channel, which you should definitely be following because it's where I upload the edited version of these call-in shows. Um, they asked like why, like what woman would be attracted to a man who is attracted to trans women, right? Because to a lot of people, a man expressing attraction to trans women, a man expressing attraction to like anything other than a cis woman is, unappealing. And I hear that, and I think that's very, very true for probably most spaces, right? Y'all have to understand that contextually, I exist in very open-minded, sex-positive, liberal spaces, right? So I'm talking poly communities, BDSM communities, sex-positive communities, goth communities, spaces where it's far more common for people to be inclusive of everyone and to not want to bed with people who are potentially um have shitty politics, right? And so I guess I'm responding to a very specific thing in my specific circles, frankly, because I've seen it kind of a bit. I've seen it quite a bit where you just got these dudes who, you know, you you know what they like, you know what they're into, you know that they are only interested in basically any dfab person, regardless of their gender identity, but they're describing their sexuality in a way that would suggest that they had an interest that was wider than that, right? um and I guess for me that's a little frustrating because it does seem like a very deliberate um thing that somebody has done to gain sexual access to a certain, group of women through something that feels a little dishonest. But I don't even feel comfortable saying dishonest because there really isn't a great term for that. One of the things I tried to talk about is, I remember in the early 2000s we would do this thing where we would like show a picture of a transgender man and show it to a straight dude and be like, well, you wouldn't want to sleep with this person, right? Right. But like the reality that I've observed is that quite a few cis het men would absolutely sleep with a trans guy, like would absolutely sleep with a trans guy, um because he has the parts that he's interested in. And sexuality and attraction doesn't work like that for me. I'm attracted to trans men. I don't think of dick the first time the moment that I look at a man, right? But I've observed that there are a lot of specifically cis het men who will look at a person who is defab and they almost don't care at all about their gender or anything like that. They really just care that they've got the right parts. So what I was trying to say is, to me, this conversation has two sides. To me, it feels very disrespectful to people who are designated female at birth who are not women, who don't identify as women, who are being seen as women. To me, it's very demeaning. And then there's the position that I'm put in where now I'm sort of being I'm in a position where I have to engage with these men who are kind of putting on a performance, not for me, not to really they're talking about being attracted to me, but they're not really attracted to me. It's more that expressing that attraction to me makes them seem more desirable to a specific type of woman, a type of woman who tends to be sex positive, right? Um, and I talked about this with the guy that in my video that I made, why why I hate liberals. I talked about this guy that I dated who kind of did this, where he was so performative about dating me. Whenever we went out, he would take pictures with me. He would post them all over his social media. He was always telling people that we dated. There was one time where he was at the same club with another one of my partners, and he like took a picture with him and sent it to me, and that was like a cute little thing or whatever. But when we were alone, when we were one on one, I would try to respond the way that I do to most of my partners, trying to, be sexy and seduce them and da 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 da. And he would not respond. In fact, he would express discomfort. And so it was this very dizzying thing where you've got this man who, I know because I saw him, would end up dating a bunch of these, defab non binary folks, um, who probably looked at our relationship and were like, oh, wow, he's open minded. Right. And it just felt really shitty to be a sort of tool in this dude's game because, I've spoken about this briefly, but side note, that specific dude turned out to be a fucking rapist. Person he attacked, unfortunately, was a non-binary defab person. There's a pattern of that. I didn't know that at the time that was a thing that he did. Um, I feel shitty that maybe I was part of that, or that I made him seem trustworthy because he dated me, but not gonna sidetrack that for this. But um it's kind of been frustrating to sort of observe this thing. And I don't fully feel comfortable questioning people's sexualities because I feel like that's really shitty. I feel like people should be able to self-define or whatever. But I guess it's kind of interesting meeting a man who identifies himself as pansexual, who doesn't, who is intrinsically uncomfortable with my body, you know, who would sort of express sort of resentment that I didn't have that part that he wanted. So I thought this would be a conversation to have because obviously I am one perspective, you know, I literally cannot cover all of this because I don't know. I will start by saying that, non binary people have a very large array of identifying. There are quite a few non binary dfab folks who don't at all feel alienated by their straight partners seeing them as women. There's quite a few. And I think that's fucking valid, absolutely. But I know so many non binary people who are dating men who ID as straight, who very much do not like that, who very much feel incredibly alienated by that, and yet they're finding themselves in these relationships very frequently. And I think sometimes these men are paying lip service to them to humor them, which to me sounds very fucking condescending. One of the things I mentioned in the podcast is that I've dated quite a few men who have non-binary DFAB partners, and unifying, one of the most unifying habits that each and every one of them have is that when they are not in the earshot of their non-binary DFAB partner, they almost without thinking about it misgender them. Almost without thinking about it, misgender them. Um, and that's that's really hard for me to hear because especially when I know for a fact that their partner isn't the kind of non-binary person who doesn't care if somebody calls them he, she, or they, when I know that they're very insistent about they, them pronouns, when I know that they're very insistent about them not being a woman, it's very dizzying to sort of be, in these dynamics where you see a guy who's dating a non-binary person who you know for a fact goes by they them pronouns, and without even correcting themselves most of the time, they just say she and her when referencing them, right? And I would hate to be in those relations. Let me tell you, there is nothing more dysphoria inducing than the idea of being in a relationship with somebody who's trying to look through my gender for the gender that they prefer. Baby, that if you wanted to like create hell for me, that's exactly it. Like, that I would hate to be in that dynamic. That's the sort of shit that scares me, right? This like idea that someone is dating me and sharing intimacy with me while secretly seeing me as the exact thing that I don't want to be or am not. Do you know what I mean? Um, so that's kind of, I really wanted to like open up the floor for specifically non-binary folks who have been in this dynamic to speak about this because I know that, like I said, there's a large array of feelings about this, and I think this isn't really discussed quite very frequently. And so I really wanted to do the call in today to talk to people who are non-binary who have been in that situation and have various feelings about it. I would love to speak to men who have a history of exclusively dating folks with vaginas, regardless of their gender identity. I'm curious how you feel your sexuality should be described because that's a conversation we had in the comment section of that podcast. And I'm just interested in really, really hearing from anyone, um, who is, open to sharing their perspective from their own personal experience. What I don't want to hear from, let's set some ground rules right now. I do not want to hear from people who are going to call in and basically argue that non-binary people's genders are not real. Let's not fucking do that. Let's not fucking do that. I don't want that call. I don't want any calls about non-binary people not being included under the trans umbrella. We're not going to fucking do that. Let's not fucking do that because we had those conversations in the comment section already. Let's not fucking do that. I really truly want to hear from people who have been in these situations and have direct experience with them and have things to share about them. So we're going to open up the calls right now. And I'm going to, oh my God, I'm going to run to my computer and and pin the phone number so that people know how to call. Um, I'm sorry that we're doing this on a different day earlier than usual. Um, Let me. Side note: these call-in shows are always going to be. Oh my God, why am I vibrating? Oh, there's one call. These call-in shows are always going to be archived on my YouTube channel. I do end up posting them later on to um, my Patreon. So if you guys want to, if you first of all, y'all could be real fucking sneaky and get the link right now. Copy the link right now if you want to, listen to this later. But I do archive all of my live shows on my Patreon. So that's the way to keep it if you, or listen to the other ones if you would like to do that. Let me, oh my God, where's the number? Oh my God, I don't think there's any mods in here either. Are there mods in here? Where's the number? There's okay, Laquette is in there. Okay, so thank God. Where's the phone number? Okay. Y'all are just commenting so much. I can't find the phone number. Okay. Here, let me do a couple of things. We've got 8 people on the line so far. Call 281 429 8469. And also, love. Sorry. Oh yeah. Also, side note, I just uploaded my. Well, I didn't upload it. Well, let me upload it to my actual channel. I just got my 50 Shades Free reviewed, exported, and baby, that's gonna go up soonish. So, anyway, here, let me. Sorry, this is so chaotic. I'm trying to do so many things at once. Okay. God damn it. Okay, I guess that works. Okay, I'm gonna pin this message. All right. And then I'm gonna pop over here and upload this video so that I can actually get some captions on it before it goes live. Yay. Okay. Anyway, back to my bedroom. All right, loves. We've got 9 people on the line. I also, okay. I hope the people who are online are listening right now. Because the last time we did this call-in show, it was a 3-hour long call-in show. I had a whole rant about how I really don't want to hear from I really, really don't want to hear from people who are just calling in to tell me that they love me. As much as I appreciate the positive words and I appreciate the things that you're saying, um, you know, y'all have to understand that I edit these, and it was really funny. Last week, I had this whole fucking rant about please don't call in if you're just calling to tell me that you love me. Thank you, Quinn the Queer. And then the next person who called in was just telling me how much they loved me. And I really do appreciate that, but please respect the fact that I got to edit this. I got to edit these. You know, this is usually like a 4-hour, 3-hour long thing. I don't want to have to go through all these different things to get it up. So, just I appreciate it all, but please just be respectful of the time that I take to edit these. So leave a comment on Patreon, send me a message on there. That's a better way to do it. Please don't clog up the phone line if you don't have something to add to this conversation. It's really bad for me I'm really bad at drawing boundaries like that, but I really want y'all to understand how much that's going to frustrate me. So yeah, anyway, um, I've got, I've got, I've got 10 people on the line, so I'm going to be quiet for a second. Ooh, in fact, I'm going to go grab myself a drink, and then in the moment I come back, I'm going to take a call. So just give me 1 second. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I
Hey,
speaking
Kat.
to?
I got
Hi.
you. You already recognize my voice at this point. You already know it's Claire.
Hey there,
So,
Claire.
I lived at NB for like 10 years. I don't really talk about that a lot, but like when I was at college, I lived at NB for a super, super long time to the point where I was regular. Like, not a lot of people pass as NB, but I passed as NB. Like, people didn't know what I was.
What does that mean,
Um,
though? What does passing as NB mean?
Like, I regularly got questions of that people asking, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Like, people could not tell by looking at me.
Interesting.
Like, I looked completely androgynous. It was so confusing because like I had stomach issues. I went to the doctor one time and they thought that I was a trans man and that I was pregnant.
Oh, wow.
And I wasn't even on hormones, so like I don't talk about that a lot, but yeah, people are super shitty, frankly. It's like I never really, I don't know, I was kind of like NB before NB was NB. Like, it wasn't like as much of a thing back then. We didn't really use those words. People just kind of called themselves androgynous back then. But I generally, I kind of still feel that way about like not really wanting pronouns every 24/7. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They kind of like confused my brain a little bit. So, if I would have ended up dating people, I would have preferred that they kind of avoid them if I had even known that that was a problem. But when I did flirt with people, people pretty much only, like, it always had to fit their narrative. Like, I've always been one who's had like butch lesbians hit on me because they think I'm like a future trans woman who's going to be really feminine, and they were right. Or like, I would have gay guys. Well, I don't know. I never really had gay guys hit on me too much, but when they did, they had to like always assert stuff on you constantly. They could never. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, if straight guys would hit on me, they would say, well, if you were a girl or if I was gay, I would date you, despite the fact that I didn't really look like anything. So I feel like I just made a lot of people question their sexuality. So I think that's kind of part of it, that when, like, I mean, not everybody like looks perfectly in the middle like that, you know. That's a pretty unique experience. But just as someone who lives it, I feel like people kind of like want to like the butch lesbian who just like, she couldn't possibly imagine that she could ever be into like a man. So the only way for her to be cool with me was to think of me as a woman.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say that because I feel like some people, when they hear envy, they kind of think of it as like a mirror, and that like whatever you put in is what you'll get out of it or something. Like, they don't see it like as a fixed point of nothing. They see it as like whatever you want out of it.
I think that's very interesting because like my thought is like, I think that some people, when they hear non-binary, they immediately think of a dfab person, almost always. And often a dfab person who looks a very specific way. So it's funny when you're talking about passing as non-binary, like I think their very stereotypical image of a non-binary person is like somebody with a with shaved sides,
Purple
with an
hair.
asymmetrical haircut that's almost always colorful, you know. And I think some people
Purple hair. Maybe they
purple
bind a
hair,
bit.
blue hair, pink hair, just some sort of interesting, colorful hair that has to be asymmetrical. And that's kind of like the image that a lot of people associate with being non-binary. But they're almost always,
Well, I
if
said
not,
that mostly because like I was NB before NB was NB. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like, what did you have that vibe? Is that what you're saying? Oh, hello. Oh no, I think we lost Claire. Hello. Oh no. Okay, I cannot hear Claire, so I think we lost this call. And yeah, we lost Claire. Oh shit. Aw. That is sad. I'm so sorry that happened. But they bring up an interesting point because I think that like there's a very specific image that people associate with non-binary people. And I think that there are some men who at one point in time that image was associated with the um manic pixie dream girl, you know? And I know that there's some people who have picked up on this where like the manic pixie dream girl has been kind of folded into like the non-binary person. And like there's some people where like that's what they're looking for. So they're like, yeah, I'll entertain your pronouns or whatever. I'll call you, you know, whatever you need to be called. But like at the end of the day, they just kind of look at you as a very unique, interesting, often, even though this is frankly quite wrong, sexually open person because you're different, because you have, you know, this desire to sort of fight against the status quo. It's like you're just a quirky woman. You know, it's not that you have, you know, and I think that's kind of like what the thing that I think that's what gets me is like in this kind of like shallow sort of acceptance in quotations of this specific type of non-binary person, there's just a full lack of understanding of like the deep nuances of why people feel this way, why people tend to want to push themselves away from that, you know, from these ideas around gender. It's so shallow and I think it becomes obviously shallow when you realize that this person's way of engaging with trans people is not one that fully takes into account why people feel the way they do. It's more like I'm going to use the right pronouns. I'm going to like entertain you. I'm going to use the right name or whatever. But it's like but at the end of the day, you're just a quirky woman to them. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, because it's just like I have a handful of non-binary friends, and it's so funny to me. You know how men probably imagine them to be versus what they actually are. You know. Anyway, I'm so sorry that you got disconnected. That makes me feel really bad. I'm gonna take the next call, but that was an interesting point. Um, anyway, I'm gonna be quiet for a second, and then I'm going to take the next call. Hello, hello. Ooh, can I even be heard? Oh shit, is my app fucked up right now? Hello, do you guys hear me? Oh my god. Okay, so I'm so happy. So my app just crashed. My app just completely crashed. I hate this fucking iPhone. I hate the fact that I hate the fact that this is an iPhone app. It's so annoying. I'm so glad that I was able to jump back on here. Anyway, let's just do what we were doing. I'm going to take a bit of a quiet break and then we're going to take the next call. Sorry that the person got dropped. I'm really sorry. This app is the death of me. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to and what is your true tea?
Hi. Well, my name is Lo there, also known as the Big They Them of the Mid South.
I
And
love that.
I am, thank you. Thank you. And I am just so excited to talk about this because I am a dfab non binary person and I'm successfully dating a straight cisgender man.
Ooh,
Um,
interesting.
yeah, yes. And I get questions about that sometimes, and people think, well, don't you think that he just thinks you're a spicy woman? And I've asked him about this, and I said, babe, do you see me as non-binary? And he said to me, I'm really not sure what that would mean, but I see you as you, and I respect you, and that bears out. He is my biggest advocate. He corrects people who misgender me. He has stood by me, when we told his parents about my gender, even though they're fairly conservative, and he holds them accountable as well. So, at this point it's working out. We're getting married next year, and I feel pretty satisfied with this relationship. So, I know that a lot of non-binary people would not feel comfortable dating, a man who, refers to himself as straight. They would feel invalidated by that. And if that's just your comfort level, I think that's valid. But, in my opinion, when someone is attracted to you, what they're attracted to is some combination of your appearance and your personality. And, to me, that's just what it is. I don't really feel a need to have a partner who describes themselves as bisexual or pansexual. To me, as long as they are respecting me and are using my pronouns and not misgendering me in front of friends and family or anything like that, I'm good. So that's just kind of how I feel about that.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I'm going to make another episode about this, because one of the things that I think is a portion of this conversation is that we can't often control who we're attracted to. Oftentimes, I think the quote unquote issue with this conversation is that there are a lot of people who find themselves attracted to a non-binary person without exactly understanding that that's their gender. I've been in situations where I've been attracted to somebody who I read as a cis man, and I later found out that this person was not a cis man, was a non-binary dmab person. And I'm somebody who very comfortably identifies as somebody who's only attracted to men, but that definitely did sort of throw a wrench into the conversation, where I was like, all right, what does this mean for me now that I'm finding myself attracted to somebody who doesn't identify as a man? And what I sort of recognized is that in those relationships, first of all, because I've got such a solid I only date men thing in my mind, I know that the only types of non-binary people who I could date who are DMAB would be people who are comfortable with me sort of seeing them in that way, which some are. Some people who are non-binary have no problem with somebody viewing them as the gender that is associated with the sex that they were assigned at birth. Some people don't. And I personally would hate to be in a relationship with somebody where my way of being attracted to them is alienating them or hurting them or making them feel smaller. Because I know that the big issue with some non-binary people dating straight men is that they often will want to get to a point where they have medical intervention. Maybe they want top surgery. Maybe they want to start taking tea. And I've seen that there are quite a few supportive, straight identified partners who are incredibly supportive up to the point where their partner starts to physically change. That's when usually it's like, oh, I was able to support this partner. I was able to, do the pronouns, names, and all that stuff. But now they are removing parts of their body that I'm attracted to. Now they are solidly moving away from the person who I saw at one point and was immediately physically attracted to. Um, so now this kind of changes things. So I'm curious if you have any experience with that. And if you are a person who doesn't mind if men who see you read you as a cis woman, and um, you know, like if you're comfortable with that or not, because there's a variety of opinions and feelings around this.
Yeah, that's a very interesting and valid question. With my partner and I, like we have like kind of had the discussion, like, okay, what what do I want out of transition? What medical interventions do I want to take? What will that mean for us? Is any of this a deal breaker? And I'm kind of ambivalent on a lot of, like, I've decided not to take tea because I sing and I don't want to change my voice.
Mm-hmm.
I've like kind of played with the idea of top surgery, but it's not, to me, it's not a priority. That would be a really big surgery, and I don't care about it enough for it to be a priority.
Mm-hmm.
But my partner said that he would support me if that's what I wanted to do. And I'm personally not looking for bottom surgery. I like having a pussy, but
Mm-hmm.
that's just me.
Yeah.
So like we've talked about it, and we've both kind of landed in a space where we feel comfortable. And I know that if ever I decide that there's more that I want to do with my body, we'll have a conversation about it and we'll work through it. That's just, we're just going to have to take it as it comes. In terms of like other people, I really have not been hit on by men very much in my life. I think that men look at me and immediately just think gay.
Which doesn't stop a lot
that,
of men, that's often not a deterrent.
Yeah. That's true, but I think I give off very like taken monogamous vibes as well.
Okay.
I think that I just think that I don't look available, but I do very much acknowledge that a lot of people who are really not interested in cis men are unfortunately objects of fascination for cis men. So I do sympathize. I wish I had an answer for that. I guess the best that I can say is that no one can control the way that other people perceive you. So you kind of, in order just to get through the day, you sometimes sort of have to let that go.
Yeah.
You just have to kind of learn to accept that some people are going to see you in a way that is inconsistent with who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you just got to let them be wrong,
Mm-hmm.
And it's uncomfortable, and it can, be really difficult, but, that's, unfortunately it's kind of hard to just, project who you truly are out into the world sometimes, such that people will really hear that,
Especially when you're non-binary, because what does that even look like? That like what is
exactly.
What is, we had a conversation just now about passing as non-binary. What does that look like? Just being androgynous enough, like what does that, so I think that's also a complicated thing. Cause like, most of the people that I've been attracted to who identify as non-binary look indistinguishable from the cis men that I would find attractive. Like that's why I'm attracted to them, is because they look like that, and I guess it's like I'm so curious about like, men who, because my read and observation is a lot of people change their sexuality label, not just because of the reasons I mentioned, but because they've been in situations where they found non-binary people attractive, and now they think that means they have to shift their way of describing themselves. And I think that's fascinating, honestly, because even if I can sit here and acknowledge that I found certain non-binary people attractive, I know that I'm only attracted to men, and that, I don't feel like I need to start labeling myself anything other than straight because of that. That doesn't feel correct
No.
to me. So,
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know. Oh, go on.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say, there's a lot of discourse among non-binary people as to, whether people who find themselves attracted to us, really should change their label from, gay or straight into, bisexual or pansexual or some other variation. And I mean, I always kind of fall on, the idea that labels are really personal,
Yeah.
and, if you're a person and you are primarily attracted to, if you are a woman who is primarily attracted to men, just because you find some non-binary people attractive, that doesn't necessarily make you bi. I would support you if you wanted to identify as bi, but you don't have to. That's your decision. No one can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, where I land on it is like, I think describing myself as bi or pan because I'm attracted to some non-binary people would literally just be me being kind of dishonest, because I know I'm not attracted to women. I know I'm not attracted to women.
Yeah.
I'm barely attracted to men who are slightly feminine, So it's
Yeah.
it would feel really like not truthful to me to like give myself that label. And then I would also feel, and I feel this way already, even though I often don't announce my sexuality, that it would be like misleading people, like I'm always in situations where women are expressing sexual attraction to me. Like, women hit on me constantly. I don't know what I do to give them the impression that I'm into women, except for be sex positive and present. But I feel weird in those situations where I'm like, shit, did I do something to like lead somebody on? Did I like give them the wrong impression of me?
No, Kat, you're just beautiful. That's all.
Well, thank you. No, and I get that. I get that. Like, it doesn't have to do with me, but I feel like calling myself, because like coming back to the conversations I was having earlier, it's like I'm so baffled by the men who can publicly identify themselves as bi or pansexual, who literally only sleep with people who are dfab. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Because of course, if I meet a guy who says that he's bi or pan, I'm gonna at least assume that he's entertained the idea of being with a trans woman. I might be wrong. I might be totally fucking wrong about that. But when I hear somebody say I'm bisexual or I'm pansexual, I don't think it's necessarily wrong of me to say, oh, this person probably is open to trans women. But that's not exactly the case in a lot of the situations I've been in. And I'm definitely not trying to say that anyone's like label, that they found for themselves is necessarily wrong. I just think it's interesting because I try really hard not to apply labels to myself that don't seem reflective of how I actually feel. So it's been interesting to observe all of that.
Oh yeah, it's complex. I do get the sense, not that I've had personal experience dealing, with these men that you described in the stories you told us, but I do get the sense that they are trying to jump through the hoops, whatever hoops they got to jump through, in order to make themselves as available as possible to as many people who have vaginas as possible. Like that's the name of the game. So, sometimes I think that we maybe need to rely less on how a person labels themselves in order to ascertain whether or not they're safe, and just very closely pay attention to their behavior.
Yeah.
Because they will tell on themselves so quickly.
Absolutely.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. Well, I'm going to take another
Yeah.
call, but thank you so much for calling in and giving me your perspective. I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you for having me, Kat. I'm such a fan of your work. I'm
Oh,
so glad that you do what you do. Just I hope you keep doing it. That's all.
oh, thank you. I'm trying. I'm really trying. All right.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a good one.
Bye. So I just see a comment about calling from England. I think that there are some we've had some international calls. We've had some international calls before. And I think that it's because I think that whatever you do is you just have to like dial the number, but whatever your you know, your extension for your number is, I think you'd have to do that. So like in America, we have to put a one before it to call the number. I think that I don't know. That's what you have to do. So don't let that discourage you. We've got 21 people on the line and we've been here for an hour, girl. Okay. So hopefully I can get to everyone. That was a really great call. So, you know, let's hope the other ones are just as good. No pressure. All right. I'm gonna be quiet and then we'll take the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I
Hi.
speaking to and what is your true tea?
My name is Ronathan, and I'm a transmasculine, non-binary something, maybe a binary. I don't know.
I love that.
Um, I'm non-binarying the binary between binary and non-binary.
That's so deep.
So, so I had two things, and I think the chat kind of talked about this. Was I've actually had more difficulty with lesbians who thought they were compatible with my gender than normally men see me, and it's only gay ones that are interested. I'm like at a point in my transition. But I've definitely dated people who are like, yes, I'm a lesbian, but no, I'm not, but yes, I am. And you're like totally my type, only to experience the same thing where they like just see me as like a woman light or like extra butch. And that's just like not it. And I don't know if this is just an issue in general with being a transmasculine person at this point in my transition. If they like, because if they're lesbians and they're already kind of acquainted with being LGBT and navigating people like that. So a person who looks like me with like boobs and a beard is like, oh, okay, that's just a Tuesday. But I live in rural Florida, and you have to find men who would be okay with that. I also wanted to talk about like my fiance now, and how great he's kind of navigated that. When we started dating, I was not passing at all, and I was really worried about getting into a situation like that. But then he was like, "Oh no, I like strongly have a preference for men. I'm very bi."
Oh, nice.
So every single step of the way, my identity has gone from being like more on the woman side, and now it's on more of the masculine side. And every time I'm like, "Hey, I don't think that's my gender anymore," he's just like, "Okay, that's great. What do you want?"
That's awesome. That is so awesome. In the comment section of my podcast, people brought up the lesbian thing. And I would love if you could talk more about that because obviously I have no understanding of it. But apparently what I'm describing a lot of cishet men do is the same thing that a lot of lesbians do. So I would love to hear more about that because it's completely outside of my understanding.
Okay, so I guess I'll tell you about a girlfriend I had. I'll just start by her last name.
Okay.
So I was dating this Canadian Potter, and I had just come out. At the time, I was identifying as androgynous exclusively. I was like, my gender is like Brian Malco from Placebo and the guy that played Raw in Stargate.
Love that.
And she was like, yes, this is so great. This is fine. But everything, she just never got it. I was using exclusively they, them pronouns. She just couldn't figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, I'm the first non-binary person she's dated, and she's nice to me other than this. Which is like, definitely get better standards for yourself.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of people stay in relationships like that. They're like super invalidating. They're not like actually accepting you, but like they're nice to me sometimes. And I've heard a lot of that specifically from trans dudes and dfab NB folks. And that's fascinating to me because yeah, it's okay to not date somebody who's invalidating you. In fact, I think that's probably a good thing to not date people who are invalidating you, even if they're nice to you sometimes, you know?
Well, I think like part of it is growing up as a girl and that just being how you're taught is okay to be taught, like treated.
Yeah.
Like it's like you're just taught growing up that, oh, if boys hit you, they like you. What kind of message is supposed to send? Like that your partner can be really mean to you as long as they're nice to you some percent of the time.
Wow. You say I never made that connection until you just said that. That how normalized it is. Like when little boys, express violence to little girls, it's like, oh, haha, he likes you, has a crush on you. I never connected that to how young men are going to grow up and probably also normalize violence in their minds. And then a lot of women who date them are going to say, oh no, it's normal. That's he's just passionate about me. That's why he's hurting me. I never thought of that. Wow. You just gave me an aha moment.
It's super weird. I'm so glad. And like, I know that it's kind of like, especially on Tumblr, which is where like I talk to most of the other trans masculine people I do. There's a really weird phenomenon where like we can't talk about the misogyny that like we definitely did experience growing up and still might like experience now, or the ways that growing up experiencing misogyny like impacts our ability to like make decisions for ourselves. But like that's a whole other conversation.
It really is. I'm mind blown for a second.
Like that's a whole other thing. So like I was dating this girl and I was looking very feminine. I was very 16 years old. And she just would always call me like, oh, but it's okay if you're going to be a boy, like you're not right now. And I was like, that's not really right on like a lot of that's wrong on a lot of different pieces. We didn't last very long.
Well, good.
And and it was just really bizarre because it wasn't the first time that this has happened, and I've only experienced it with lesbians.
Not with men at all.
No, and I just got really lucky that the guy I chose happened to just actually have a preference for masculine people. And he was like, this is great, you and your personality, and you're telling me that one day you're going to have ass hair too? Awesome.
That is such a different experience from so many people I've known, but like, that's awesome. Like, that's like, cause my thing with a lot of people who are in relationships like this is I've seen people hold off their transition because they don't want to lose their straight boyfriend. And to me, that sounds like a personal hell. That sounds like the worst scenario to ever be in. So to be in a relationship where the more you transition, the more attracted your partner is to you, that's a win-win.
It's crazy. I feel very, very blessed to have that kind of relationship. And we are poly, and everyone else in the polycule is also trans and very cool. He is the only cis person here. I don't know how he did that. Like, he's not a chaser.
He's one of the good ones.
He just wants the good ones. Like, I introduced him to my trans friends, and then he was just so nice to them. And now we're all dating.
That's awesome.
So that was all I wanted to say, was just I experienced kind of like the opposite of this.
Yeah.
But that's all.
I
Thank you
really
for
appreciate you
talking.
calling in, because a lot of people have the opposite experience. So thank you for bringing in some light to what is often a very depressing ass conversation. It's really positive to hear that, like, it's like people are having a good go of it. So thank you so much for calling and sharing your perspective.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so I saw a comment that asked me if you can call in and ask questions. Don't do that. Do not do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. The thing is, the vast majority of the questions people have for me are answered already on my YouTube channel. I had somebody call in last time who wanted to ask me questions, and, like, again, I appreciated the the desire to have a conversation with me. I appreciated, like, the fact that somebody respects me enough to know or want my opinion on something. But dead ass, like, it's so derailing, and I have so many videos discussing probably anything you want to ask me, that I would suggest a not calling in to ask me a question, but also just, like, looking through my videos, search through my channel, and you can probably find an answer to any question you have. And if the question is specifically for a non-binary person, unfortunately that's not me. So so yeah, but on that note, I didn't mention earlier, but I would love to hear from men who have dated non-binary folks and hear about their emerging and developing thoughts about their sexuality. That would also be a very interesting perspective. So if you're somebody like that and you're currently on the line, stay on the line. If you have that perspective to add in, please feel free to jump on in. Anyway, we've got 20 people on the line. We've been here for an hour and 13 minutes rather. So hopefully we get through these calls, y'all. Hopefully we get through these calls. And for those of you guys who've been asking, I do not see who's calling. I'm just answering them, and I think that they are. I think that they come in the order that they were. If you were the first person to call, you're the first person to get answered. I think that that's the way that it works. So anyway, let me be quiet and take the next call. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
My name is Genesis.
Oh, I love that name. That's a great name. The Beginning.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel just want to say very honored to be here speaking to you. So, and sharing a bit about my experience as a queer and trans mask person this is very new for me. I only came into this realization, like a lot of people I know in my life who did during the pandemic,
Oh,
to
wow.
their, transness or queerness. Like in some ways, like I obviously knew, in my mind deep down, like, I think I'm a boy, but a very girly one, a bit that, but like, I'm a boy.
Mm-hmm.
And so but I had a partner who, an ex now, who really affirmed me in a lot of ways that I came to understand a deeper understanding of myself. And also I was around a lot of trans mask people this year, just connecting through like previous relationships and finding out people knew other people, and like making my bubble nice and tight and solid, making sure we were all safe as we were like meeting up and sharing experience together. It's been weird how the pandemic has been a way of me finding community in a way I never thought possible.
That's amazing. A lot of people have had that experience over the pandemic. I have friends of mine who have come out of the pandemic a completely different gender, and I find it fascinating. But I get it.
Yeah, do you?
Well, because the pandemic, it forced a lot of people to sit, like, the noise of the world was like quieted
Yes,
down for a bit. And you
yes,
suddenly had to
yes.
think, who am I when I'm not getting ready every day for work? Who am I when I'm
That's the
not
thing.
having
You're
to see
forced
people?
to sit
Mm-hmm.
with yourself in a way that you weren't allowed to before, right?
Yeah.
Like for some people,
Mm-hmm.
right? Some people weren't really even now allowed that time. But
Yeah.
for those of us who were able to, I think it was really an opportunity to say, whoa, I think there's something about me that I haven't been able to face, and I've been letting everything else distract me, so I didn't
Yeah.
have to. Right? And I think that goes to like, I think like it's just been a year of like, I think not to, oh my, quote this old Kylie quote, but like it was a year of realization, like
Mm-hmm.
again, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think a lot of people came to a better understanding of who they were,
Yeah.
and are and who will be, you know? And that's exciting because um, one thing that I've come to understand about myself during this time is through my queering of my gender and gendering of my queerness, if that makes sense. Like it was
Mm-hmm.
this like melding of who I was, because I'm not on any HRT yet. I haven't done any surgeries yet, you know. So I still very much present to a lot of people as like a Tamil and Malayali like straight cis woman, and that's like very difficult when I am literally in my mind a gay man. Like so I find that in my experience I've been very T for T, because I've been the most affirmed in those moments. In ways that with cis men, especially when I bottom for them, I just feel, and I don't know what it is, but it's just maybe the act of penetrative sex. It just makes me feel like they are imposing a gender on me that I know is not mine.
That's very common. I've heard that from a lot of people. So you're definitely not alone on that at all, for sure.
Thank you. That actually makes me feel so much better, because for the longest time, like, because I'm in Toronto, and there's like a lot of bottoms in Toronto. Toronto's known for its bottoms.
There's
Lots of
always a
tops.
lot of bottoms. There's always more bottoms than there are tops in general.
Is that a universal truth? Is that what
Oh
we're
yeah,
determining
absolutely, absolutely. There's always more bottoms than there are tops, like universally.
right
So
now? But one thing that I've noticed is that like I've like in coming into my sort of like newfound top energy, I've really begun to understand actually more my you know, I still also identify, you know, with that non-binariness, you know, like I still identify with my femininity, you
yeah.
know. But this femininity is like so intertwined and grounded in what I perceive to be my masculinity, my manhood. Like it's this, that's the thing with the English language. I feel, especially as someone who comes from a culture that has been colonized, right? Like we lose our traditional knowledges and pathways and understandings of what our gender meant to us, what our sexuality meant to us through the spiritual lens, right? That was so important to so many cultures that have lost their ways now. It's yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that's making sense.
No, you make total sense. You make total sense. I mean, it's kind of similar in a way where there are a lot of trans women who don't want to top because they feel like it's associating them with a gender that they're not. It's kind of, I think it's kind of a similar thing, even though being on the bottom side of penetrative sex does, physically impose a certain thing. And I like, it was interesting to like read some of the comments on the podcast, because some people were like, hey, if a straight man is imagining me as a woman and wants to have the sex that they would have with a woman, unfortunately for them, I don't have sex like that. So unless he's willing to
Right.
bottom,
No, but
it's
this
not
is
going to
true
work.
though.
Mm-hmm.
No, but this is true though, and I understand that completely, because
Yeah.
I had an ex who, like, when, like, they were bottoming, but they were like, that was not that, they were them. Like, I don't know how else to say that. That was in no way what most people experience as sex with a woman, or whatever
Yeah.
that means
Yeah.
for people, you know? Like, and
Yeah.
I've had sex with women. So, like, I know, like, I, like, in having, like, this, I think, especially, like, because I identify as queer, like, this, like, expansiveness around the way that I feel towards, like, other people, like, it really does allow me, I think, in some ways to, I don't know, like, understand the textures
Mm-hmm.
between the way that people, like, I understand gender between the ways people that, like, like, perform it, or, like, embody it, or, you know, portray it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A previous caller called in and said that they're in a relationship with a man who identifies as straight, um, and they're completely comfortable with that. I'm curious how you would feel about that now.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's one of those things where I would like to believe that we live in a world where who we're attracted to is not implicated within the systems of oppression that we operate in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would really, I want to be there, but I think understanding and deepening my relationship with what I'm coming to grasp as decolonial love, I'm beginning to understand that, like, there are conditioned ways I have that impact the way I am attracted to people. And I have to come to terms with that to better understand myself. So when I find the strength within myself, that I can then better find people who match that strength and align. And I found that happening very, you know, very organically. And I've been very thankful to have people in my life where, you know, I am able to, like, platonically wear strap-ons with and experience gender euphoria. Like,
Platonic strap-ons.
you know,
I love it.
yeah, it's literally
Platonic pegging. I love
life-giving.
that.
You know, it might be truer than you think.
It's more common than you think.
Yeah. But, you know, it's, you know, I've, like, helped someone with their teeth shot, even though I am terrified of needles, but, like, pull through because this person had just broken up with someone who used to help them with it.
Oh, that's
And now
sad.
they couldn't do it as well. You know,
Yeah.
like, I've had opportunities to, like, you know, just affirm people in ways that they have then in turn affirmed me. You know, it's been just, and I think that's, like, that sort of, like, not to be the T for T advocate over here, but, like, that's for me personally the path that I've gone in and found the most joy for myself. But if, like, I'm not, like, opposed to the idea of something, you know, attraction happens and things happen, you know.
Yeah, it's, you know, the impression I had from the comments on the podcast was like a lot, like there were so many people who left the comment, this is the exact reason why I don't date cis men. They're like, you know, I don't even want to deal with this fuckery. I don't even want to have to question. And so quite a few people have opted to, you know, just completely not date people who
I'm
are
not gonna
cis
lie,
men.
basically there.
Yeah.
It's true. Like that really resonates with me.
Mm-hmm.
In all honesty, and I think it's primarily because I have not. Yeah, maybe it's just I have not encountered a cis straight person or even a cis gay person who has not seen me and just seen a brown cis straight woman.
Mm.
So I think like when that happens, I'll let you know. I'll call in again.
Listen, don't put yourself in an uncomfortable position just to call back. Like, if you look, I wish I could quit. I wish I could wave a magic
LOL.
wand and literally no longer
LOL.
engage with cis men. But unfortunately, I'm cursed, and it is what it is, and I'm forced to, for the rest of my life, interact and engage with cis men. So
Oh my
you know.
word.
I think it's amazing that people have been able to find other pathways. I'm still open, for a handsome trans man to come my way, but as it
Wow.
stands, unfortunately, my lizard brain is connecting to cis men. So um, I'm so proud. I mean,
Well,
because
I'm glad there's a little like light at the end of the tunnel when you said you're hoping for a handsome trans man. So good to know.
I mean, there are definitely trans men who I have crushes on. The problem with the vast majority of those men is that they're all gay. Like the vast
So
majority of the
true,
trans men who
though.
I've met and found very attractive have been gay. So it's like, okay, well, you know, and that's like such a rare thing too. There's like I don't meet very many trans men. And then like
Really?
it's like I don't meet very many trans men who I'm like attracted to. So it's like it's
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the ones that you all met were really mean. I almost got
oh
sad. I was like,
no. I've
no.
actually never met a mean trans guy. All the trans men I've met have
Right?
been
They tend to
positive.
be really like sweet and jolly, and I don't know. I enjoy the company always.
Yeah, I've literally never had a negative like interaction with a transgender man ever. You know,
Mm,
but
yeah.
it's just that they're all gay. That's the only problem. But but yeah, I'm gonna take another call, but thank you so much for calling in and giving me your perspective. I really appreciate it. I love that you've shared that you found yourself in quarantine. A lot of people have. So
Thank you for the opportunity. Take care. Be well.
thank you. Bye. All right. I'm gonna go pee because I have to pee. And I'll come right back and take the next call. So give me just a quick little second. Hello. Hello.
Hello. I think there's a little bit of lag.
Oh, Yeah, because
Can you hear
you
me?
have to turn the broadcast off.
Right, I just muted the broadcast.
Perfect.
Cool.
Hi there. Who
Thanks.
am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
So my name's Riley. I am AFAB or dfab. I identify as non-binary. It kind of fluctuates between more femme, more mass. And for a long time, I was only comfortable with she, they pronouns. And then more recently, I've become more comfortable with he, him pronouns as well. And what's been interesting to me is the effect that like the men that I date have had on my journey to discovering my gender.
Can you
And
tell
like
us about
how
that?
being out, yeah, like how being out kind of drastically changes your experiences. Like I find myself almost hesitating to use masculine pronouns openly. Sorry, my voice is shaking. I'm like super nervous.
Oh, it's okay. You're doing great. You're doing great. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but you're doing
No, it's
great.
totally fine. It's totally fine.
Mhm.
So yeah, I kind of hesitate to use my masculine pronouns openly. Like so when I talk about it, I find myself saying things like, "Oh, any pronouns are fine," or like leaning more on she/they pronouns, even though I like all of them pretty equally. I just struggle with the fact that like my dating pool would shrink to almost zero if I was more open about my masculine pronouns. Like I think it would, like I don't know, I think it would just change the way
Yeah.
that men perceive me, even if nothing else about me had changed. Like I have not medically transitioned. I have no interest in medically transitioning. Like I think the way I look has nothing to do with my gender identity. So it's really easy for them to like digest calling me she or they, even though, to be honest, even them calling me they is like hard for them to do sometimes.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Why do
so
you
it's
feel
easy
that
for them to
way?
digest. I think it's just because like I don't know, looking at like the demographic of men that I date, like the thought of explaining to them that I can look the way I look and use anything other than she, her pronouns literally like raises my blood pressure.
Oh,
Like it's
yeah,
insane.
I get that. I have the same. I don't like explaining myself at all, so I get it.
Yeah, and it's like, and like I don't know if it's because I mean I think it's because men are very visual creatures, and like
Yeah.
if they see boobs, they see long hair, they see all the things, they're like, that's the woman.
Yeah.
And I can't process them as anything other than that. And it's really weird. And I was talking to another one of my AFABs and these friends about the part of the podcast episode where you mentioned like how many men will date people like us and then misgender us behind our backs. And like it was kind of heartbreaking to hear that because I had never even thought about it that way. Like I had considered the fact that men wouldn't respect my pronouns to my face, but not considered that they would respect them to my face and then not respect them to like their friends or other people who aren't me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting
And so
because like
that's
it's like I think with that sometimes it's the other end of what you're describing where you don't want to encourage them to use certain pronouns because they might see you differently. The impression I have with a lot of these men is that they don't want to use pronouns other than she because then they would have to explain why the person they're dating doesn't use is a he or a they, you know, like that's
right,
kind of the
exactly.
impression I get. I mean, so a lot of times it is just a thing that they slip, you know. It happens on quote accident or whatever, but sometimes I get the impression that people are sort of shifting their way of describing their partner because they don't want to explain that their partner is some shade of queer, because what would that mean for them, you know?
Yeah,
um
I think men are like it's really hard for them to like let go of their straightness or their perceived straightness.
yeah.
And it's like, especially for someone like me, where it's like I said, I have no real interest in medically transitioning. I like the way I look, so they wouldn't even necessarily have to give that up
Hmm.
on just like a
perceptual sense, like they wouldn't have people seeing us without knowing us would probably assume that we were in a straight relationship.
Yeah.
But I guess when it comes to like their social circles, they're a lot less willing to like admit to like the boys or whatever that their partner isn't just like a chick. Like I don't know what it is for them, but it's been very weird to
like for me, like, so there's two sides of my thoughts around this, because on one hand, I definitely get what you're saying about like, I'm going to say you can use any pronouns because I don't want to be confrontational. And I think a lot of people are like that, where they're like, I'm not going to even push the pronoun thing because I know that it's going to make me sound confrontational, which is why like somebody earlier was mentioning like most non-binary people kind of understand that they're not going to be read the right way and that you can't control that. On the other hand, I also don't know if I'd want to date anyone who I would feel I couldn't talk about my pronouns around, you know? And I also wouldn't want to date somebody who wouldn't share my pronouns or share my gender because they felt that it would sort of shift them away from being seen in a more favorable light amongst their friend group, who apparently is more important than me, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, it is very rough to grapple with all of that. Like it's almost like, because I have dated men who like will talk to me about trans rights and how open they are till the cows come home, but once I tell them like, oh, I would prefer if sometimes you refer to me with he they pronouns, they can't like make that change. Like it's not something they're willing to put in the work to do, which is weird because it's like, well, a few weeks ago you were telling me like how respectful and open you are about this sort of thing and how like gender is a construct and it has nothing to do with physical appearance and all of that. But now it's like, oh, well, you look like a girl to me, so I can only see you as a girl. It's very weird how they switch, or how like the disconnect between what they say and what they do.
Yeah.
It's very unsettling.
Yeah, and that's why so much of this is so like, it is, as you say, unsettling to me, because I know so many men who are in relationships with non-binary people who, without a second thought, misgender their partner. And to me, that's like their real feelings revealing themselves. You know, maybe it's not, but like shit, man, like the idea, I'm just going to keep saying this all day. The idea of dating somebody who's looking through my gender is like the most like dysphoria inducing thing ever. Literally. It's like, I would hate to be in a relationship like that. I'd also hate to be in a relationship where I felt like I couldn't transition physically because of what my partner felt like. That's terrifying to me. So yeah, I don't always get it, really. You know?
Yeah, and it's hard to kind of weigh those two things, where it's like the fact that it's literally just a pronoun thing that they're getting hung up on. It's like everything else about me, they're fine with, they even like everything else about me, but just it all hinges on the fact that like they can see me as a woman and refer to me as a woman. And I think that to me is what makes it so weird, especially because it's like, I don't know, I guess it can change depending on what kind of men you typically find yourself dating, but like the guys that usually are into me are very like, they end up being just very performatively liberal, unfortunately. And it's like, it's weird, and it's especially as a non-white person, it just is like all of the performativeness of it, and then having to weigh that against like my multiple marginalized identities and being like, so what is true here? Do you know what I mean? Like, are they accepting of me, or is it an act, like get like a means to an end kind of thing?
Yeah, it's, to me, so I think there's another conversation to be had here, and I kind of say this at the end of the podcast, but like, I think that we have to like accept that right now, especially with like the area that we're in, a lot of these conversations are incomplete. You know, a lot of these thoughts are incomplete. These labels that we're talking about are, you know, approximations that don't always fully summarize the reality of the thing. You know, they're summaries, but they're not full stories. And I think what we see with the performative shit is that like a lot of people, they know that if they don't express themselves in a certain way, they're going to make their dating pool smaller, right? And that's their engagement with it. It's not so much that they've actually sat and questioned why pronouns are important to trans people. Like for me, this is something that I think about all the time, because it's like a lot of people get so caught up in pronouns, and like, okay, getting some of these pronouns right is a good thing, but why do trans people feel a certain way when they get misgendered? And so frequently, the reason why being misgendered is hurtful is because it's the extension of the way that we were assigned at birth, which for most trans people is incredibly alienating. And it's the extension of that narrative that was projected onto us that we are outright rejecting. um and so that has deeper conversations within it that like really require some unpacking. And it's unpacking that might make them have to question their own understandings of themselves. And so, it's been a bit frustrating to like listen to people really really narrow down. Okay, I'm just going to get the pronouns right. Okay. And while that is a positive thing in a superficial way, there's deeper conversations that have to be had. And I think that there, especially the way that social media works right now, we're encouraging people to express the right things, but not necessarily sit with those conversations within themselves and self-reflect in a real way. It's more about, I'm just not going to say the wrong thing. I'm just not going to say the offensive thing. And I don't think that
Exactly.
that's exactly what we what we really need. Like, it's helpful that a person refers to me in the right pronouns or whatever, but it's way more helpful to me if they sit with themselves and think about all of the various ways in which our system alienates me as a trans person, and just how deep that actually goes. I think that
Yeah,
those
yeah,
expressions and that like work is going to be so much more helpful to trans people than, I'm just going to make sure I get their pronouns right, you know
yeah,
um
exactly.
so I think
Exactly.
that's what you see with the performative shit, because like a lot of these, like, so I go back and forth. I'm like, okay, this performative shit is annoying and I don't like it. But then I also realize, like, all right, but most of these people are probably not going to do that work. And so all they can do is perform, especially when they know that if they don't perform correctly, they will be attacked, you know?
Yeah, and it's hard to know
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. I mean, I guess as you get to know people, it's easier to tell, but like it's hard to know if it is performative or if they really are willing to do the work and like truly understand, because a lot of times it can look almost identical from these people, and it's like, and you can't really know what they're doing when you're not around, and that
Yeah.
is what makes it so heartbreaking for me to be like, well, this person can be, doing the song and dance to my face and everything's fine, but then I leave the room or I'm not with him and he's referring to me in a way that I don't want to be referred to. Like,
Yeah.
it sucks. Frankly, like it really sucks.
Yeah. And to me, like when I hear people like misgender the people that when I hear people misgender the people that they're sleeping with, the people that they live with, I'm like, whoa. But I realize that that's a reflection of the fact that they've not done the work. They haven't done the
Yeah.
work. And a person who
Yeah.
has done the work would never make that mistake, you know? And
Exactly.
I, you know, I think that these conversations are part of how we move towards a point where, we could all understand these conversations more deeply. But, a lot of this is like, well, we need a solution now. And the solution now is the superficial one where we're paying lip service to it. It's not we're
Yeah.
going to actually work
Unfortunately.
on this. It's not we're going to actually, put effort in to intrinsically changing the way that we've been raised to understand gender. That's a longer conversation that a lot of people are not ready to have. Um,
Yeah. And it
you
kind of
know.
is, we kind of have to make concessions, unfortunately, I guess, and just kind of And I hate the phrase like take what you can get, but like it just sometimes it really feels that way where it's like I know for a fact that a lot of people are never going to see me as my gender if I don't make any drastic physical changes to myself, and like I've just had to kind of make peace with that, unfortunately, for now, just because like I don't know, the alternative is just really exhausting, and it's like I don't want to have to explain to people, especially men, like how their perception of me doesn't mesh with my perception of myself. Like it just is exhausting. Like I don't think most of us have the time or the energy.
Yeah, that's because everyone's living their fucking life. That's part of the problem is like we're all like living our normal lives, and not everyone has the emotional energy to sit there and learn exactly the listen and read all these things. That's part of why I do what I do, to make shit like accessible and easy to understand, because I know that not everyone's got time to read a million queer theory books.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a long journey for a lot of people. But yeah, I definitely think the kind of work you do and just like being more open and honest about these conversations really helps, especially people like me, where it kind of puts it into perspective, like that I need to hold the people that I have in my life to a much higher standard than I am, and like just be more diligent and almost discriminatory about like who I allow to be around me, unfortunately. And but yeah, I think that it was really eye-opening for me when you talked about that. Like I didn't even consider that people are like probably to me when they're probably talking about me to other people in a completely different way than how they talk to me. But yeah, I thought it was really interesting how you brought that up.
There's really nothing wrong with being extra discriminatory with your dating. It's who you're allowing to have intimacy with you. And there's really truly nothing wrong with you being like super, super discriminating and saying, you know what, I'm not at all going to, even waste my time with somebody who doesn't get it.
Yeah, that kind of is, I think dating is like the one place where it's okay to be super discriminatory.
Oh yeah.
Like, in fact, it's better. Better to discriminate when it comes to dating. So yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it was good to realize that, because I think a lot of people maybe don't realize that, and it's when you have that epiphany, it's like, oh my god, like I'm actually in complete control here, and I kind of call the shots.
Yeah, it's your body, it's your body, it's your time, it's your intimacy. You can define who gets that and doesn't, which is part of why, like, bringing this conversation back to this topic, like, I don't personally have a problem with men having a preference that, deliberately excludes me. I don't, one of the things I talked about on my podcast is, you know, I, it, I know that some men's preference is literally anyone with a vagina, but there's no correct way to like, there's no way of expressing that wouldn't make a non-binary person feel like the non-binary person who's dfab. There's not a way to explain that or say that without it sounding really gross and like upsetting to quite a few people. So I'm like, I'm kind of curious how you feel about that. And if someone was like, this is my sexuality, I don't care what your gender is, I just like vagina, period. How would that make you feel?
Yeah, I think that to me I feel like it's very dehumanizing, and it kind of like reduces you to your parts in a way that is really weird. Like, it's just creepy sounding to me. Like if someone were to approach me and be like, do you have a vagina? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't
like just asking. That's the first conversation. Do you have a vagina?
Yeah, it's just like not normal. Like, I guess there are some people who do define themselves that way, for sure. I think they need to keep that to themselves.
Well, but that's to me, that's one of the problems with this, because like I know the reality for some of these men is that if they could say that, they would, and that would probably be a way of saving everyone's time, because unfortunately, so for me, like when I look at an attractive man, I don't think at all about his genitalia. That's the way that I process attraction. It's literally not on my mind. But I know for a fact that there are some men who they literally like they don't care if you are a bit masculine. They don't even care if you're a trans dude. They don't even care if you know, there's like as long as you've got that part and they can have access to it, that is what they care about. And I actually don't know if the same can be said for DMAB people. I don't know if there's people that are like, "Oh, as long as they have a penis, I'm down." But like I know
Yeah,
so
and I
many
don't
men
think it's
where
that common.
yeah, I know so many men who you know who tend to date women who are open to basically anyone as long as they've got that part and they've got access to it. But it's such a weird there's really no way of expressing that. And I've always been a fan of like just be fucking honest about how you feel, you know? Like if you've got this like solid I'm only interested in these types of people, these types of bodies, you know, I don't personally have a problem with that. I guess it's just how you express it, you know? How do you say it? You know, I guess as I'm
Yeah.
talking about this, I'm thinking of like the men who tell me that they really like trans women, which for me is almost always them indirectly saying that they like their genitalia, because that's the only thing you could probably guess about most trans women. But it's just I don't know. To me, it's real weird to date people because like when I was in that situation with that guy who we got along really well, we connected really really well. Everything was copacetic. We you know there was physical attraction there was like a hot chemistry between us, but the moment he understood that I was not a dfab non-binary person the way that he assumed I was, it was like that all evaporated. It no longer became true. It no longer became a real thing. Even though I'd always been really upfront about myself, he just misunderstood what I had meant when I said trans. And it was like, wow, like the thought that I would be in this relationship if I had this part, how that's it's very hard for me not to sort of see that that's what they care about the most. You know, that's what's
And
on
the
their
thing is, you probably
mind.
wouldn't even you probably wouldn't even know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you did have the parts he was expecting, like you wouldn't even know that he felt that way and like
Mm-hmm.
is really creepy about it. Like there's no way because they just wouldn't share that with you. And I feel like
Mm-hmm.
vaginas are so commodified, like in a way that male genitalia kind of isn't. And I think that's
Yeah.
probably why it's more common for people to be like, I don't care about anything else. As long as you have this one specific body part, like I think it's, and it also is like very eye-opening about how many men don't really see whole people. They just see like that there's a vagina that they can have access to. And I think that is very unsettling. And like the more I'm thinking about it, maybe it would be better for people to be upfront about that, because it would just like weed out those people. Like you would know to avoid them instead of getting into a situation with them where you find out the hard way that that's how they feel.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would rather just know. As creepy and weird as it is for someone to say that to you, like I think I would rather just go in with that understanding, because I just wouldn't even waste my time.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I would have
even
appreciated like saving my time because I was upfront with him. I just didn't he just had a different understanding of what I meant when I said that I was a trans woman. And so it was kind of a bizarre thing, but it was like, shit, like if I knew that was your preference, I would not have even spoken to you. You know,
exactly. Yeah.
I would have
Weird when they're like
completely.
sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather
Mm-hmm.
them not be sneaky about it.
Yeah, and I think that's a problem I have with a lot of this shit is it seems very sneaky. It seems like
Yeah.
a very indirect way of saying I'm attracted to everyone with a pussy and that's that, you know, but there's really no way to articulate that. Maybe we'll hear from another person like a good way to like I've heard
Yeah, maybe.
gynosexual be a term that people have pointed out, but
Mm,
like that still sounds weird to me, you know.
yeah, it sounds creepy. It
It's
sounds
yeah.
very creepy.
And it
Especially
is
given that so many men like can't communicate to begin with. Like
yeah.
having them have to communicate something that specific that's like inherently kind of creepy is just a recipe for disaster, I think.
Mm-hmm. And then would like making it sound lighter and more friendly and more welcoming, and like would that be better or worse? I don't know. It's like I've got this constant battle between I think it's okay for people to have their preferences, but then also this preference sounds very fucking alienating to especially the people that you're approaching. Even cis women are not going to want to hear the only reason I'm engaging with you is you have a pussy. Like,
yeah, no one wants. That's not. I mean, maybe there is someone out there who's like really into that, I guess. But like,
yeah,
for the majority of people,
there's always
somebody for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, girl, I don't know. It freaks me out to think that like there are people who like the lengths that men will go to for pussy. Like they will stop at nothing sometimes, which is freaky in itself. But then like it's so insidious how it's like they'll even like pretend to respect your pronouns, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what a weird level to go to when you could just be respectful in general and like cut out all the extra weird shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And you know, I'm thinking about this just now. I've also been in situations where like a guy's married to somebody who later comes out as non-binary, and they're trying to date me because they miss the femininity of their partner, and they'll like come and I'll become their fucking therapist sometimes. Where like they're just telling me all of this like, oh, I miss this and miss that. It's been hard for me. But of course, the version that their partner is getting of them is affirming and loving and embracing and supportive, and uses the right pronouns. But they're coming to me and saying this person's, changing themselves in a way that alienates me, and I'm not really as into it as I thought I was going to be. Like, this to me is all my worst fucking nightmare. It's all my worst fucking nightmare. And of course I don't actually end up pursuing those people, because I'll literally never understand people who are in, like, I'm poly, so like to me, if you're dating somebody and you're miserable with them, polyamory is not a solution for that. But I've dated a handful of people who are dating people who are transitioning, and it's like, and they're not happy with it, but they'll tell their partner that they are, and that everything's good because that's what they need to hear. And it's just very sneaky and very shitty, and I don't know. But then it's hard to be honest. I think that's where the problem that we're having is, I think some men, because they know that it sounds terrible, they would rather opt for clinging to a sexuality label that seems like they're open to everyone or more than just people with vaginas, than just outright saying, I'm attracted to people regardless of their gender as long as they've got a pussy.
Yeah, it also, like, to me it's weird to see that like these men would rather just lie than like identify themselves as pansexual or bisexual. It's like that to them is like off limits, like can't happen. So they'd rather come up with all these other ways to justify their attraction to people, which is a whole other. And it's like, and then they'll eat like what you were saying, where they like kind of outsource femininity in a way, like outsourcing it from you or other. But like it's really weird, and it's a lot of it comes back to like lack of communication from men who like don't know how to talk about their feelings to their partner, but they can do all these other things. Like, it's just a very roundabout way to like do something very simple. I think maybe the solution is just that like men need to get it together.
Yeah, or like cancel cis men. That's why people, and at the end of the day, this is why more trans people are only dating trans people. Because it's just, this is all
not worth like the stress.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like I said to the last caller, I wish I could quit them. I really do. I really wish. I wish I could just remove.
Girl, you don't even know. It was just the way that like my quality of life would increase.
Yes.
If I could just like get past the fact that my type is a big manly cis man. Like, I just.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
If I literally could remove that part of my brain, I would. But unfortunately, here we are.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna take another call, but thank you so.
Yeah.
Oh, but thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate you sharing your perspective. It was great.
Yeah, thank you. I was super nervous, but thanks for being so nice.
Oh, you did really great. So don't worry about it.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, loves. We're at 2 fucking hours, y'all, and I still have over 20 people on the line. Oh, y'all are gonna be the death of me. Okay, let me go grab myself another fucking drink, and they're non-alcoholic for those of you wondering. I just need something to drink when I talk a lot. Also, in this little bit of an intermission, everybody should be streaming Lisa Monobon's newest single, La Lisa, and also Ping Pong by Hannah and Don. If you want clear skin, that's what you should be streaming and listening to currently. I don't make the rules. I'm just telling you that's what you're supposed to do. So, you know. Anyway, I got my little Yakult. I'm going to drink it, and then I'm going to take the next call. All right, here we go. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Hi, this is Paige. Yeah, so I'm non-binary and currently in a relationship with a man who identifies as straight. Very new into the relationship, very like I've only been dating a short amount of time, and I don't completely understand at the moment how he sees my gender because I honestly don't talk about it all that much. So I don't know. There is a little bit of fear of invalidation there, like when the conversation will come up. But for the most part, he's been extremely accepting, and that's been great. So, you know, when I'm dating in general, I tend to look for queer men or men that identify as bi or something along those lines, just because I find it very validating. Because I don't really see myself as part of either category of male or female. So, you know, if they identify as completely, you know, liking one of those two categories and no other category, then it kind of, you know, it kind of confuses me because I don't really understand their attraction to me.
So, like, I'm curious, how would you feel if you had that conversation and he said, well, I view you as a woman and that's why I'm dating you because I'm straight? How would that make you feel?
Oh, that would be incredibly invalidating, and I probably would not be able to date him. I mean, if he wants to use the label of straight, but still sees me personally as non-binary, right? Like if we have that emotion, he sees me for who I am, and I know he sees me for who I am, then I don't really care if he uses a particular label. But if he were to say to me, you know, I view you as a woman, and I can't, like, I don't understand the non-binary stuff, and I don't see you that way, then it would, I mean, that would to me kind of invalidate the whole relationship because he wouldn't be understanding me for me. So, yeah, I would leave it. I would leave the relationship. But yeah, I mean, the thought of having that conversation is terrifying. I haven't had to have that conversation many times before, and it's terrifying because one of the results could be, you know, having to break up with him, which would be very sad. But you know, along the same line too, I'm looking to start transitioning medically, so getting top surgery. That's kind of going to be the extent of my transition. And this is something I want to share with him because, you know, I want to share it because it's part of me and, you know, something I'm experiencing. But I'm also afraid to bring that up in conversation because I'm afraid that if he does view me as a woman, that I will suddenly become less attractive. And I'm removing a part that he would find attractive. But so far it's been he's been very accepting, and I mean I'll tell you, I do not really present very feminine at all. I either get mistaken for a straight guy or a very butch lesbian. I really don't. I pass a lot as like a straight guy. So I would be very surprised if he viewed me as a woman, because it just doesn't seem to vibe with the way that I present. But it is possible. I can't read people's minds. So, but yeah, I would certainly find that invalidating. But I think for me, it's more about how he sees me, and less about like the particular language around it. So I don't particularly mind if he identifies as straight or bi. I mean, when people say that they're bi, it just usually to me signals that they're more open to things and that they've dated other people or had experience with other people and stuff. And that I find that validating. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me that's so interesting because like I try to have the conversations around my gender super early on, because one thing I guess I've learned is that, like people, we brought up the topic of mirrors earlier in the show. And, one thing I've learned about a lot of relationships, especially with men, especially with straight men, is that, you may have one perception of the relationship, but theirs could be a totally different one, completely radically different. And a lot of times the moment you start to push against that perception, that's when you will become less attractive to them. So like in previous positions I've been in, when men perceived me as like very inexperienced and very, wet behind the ears, I was incredibly attractive to them. But the moment they recognized that that wasn't me, I became really, really unattractive to them. And I guess like I personally am scared of minimizing myself and who I am to remain in a relationship, because I recognize that those things that I'm minimizing are important enough for me to, highlight and not downplay. And so I guess, I mentioned this a couple times, but like my personal hell would be to be in a relationship where I wanted to transition, but my partner was attracted to me for the reasons that were making me feel, not safe within my own body. So I guess it's interesting for me to hear that you haven't really had a lot of these conversations with him, and you're scared to have these conversations with him, because at the end of the day, if getting top surgery makes you feel good about your body and makes you feel gender euphoria, I think you should get it. And fuck what he has to say about it, because there are plenty of other people out there who are going to absolutely like you for you, and I guess like I think sometimes people think that that's never going to happen, but it super does. So I guess it's interesting. Like to me, the worst that could happen, like you said, is that he would break up with you. But is that really a bad thing if the thing that he's breaking up with you for is what makes you feel good about yourself? Like I'm just curious if um if you think losing this relationship to make yourself happy is worth it, and what the like argument against you doing that would be.
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with you that being in the relationship, and I personally would have loved to have asked him or have had this conversation like much earlier. I've only been dating for like about a month. It didn't really ever come up in conversation, mostly because I don't know, as part of my identity, I don't really like, I go by she or they pronouns. So for most people, I just don't have to explain anything, which is generally how I like it. I don't really want to be explaining myself all the time.
I'm the same.
So so I generally try to not avoid it, but I don't like bring it up in conversation. Not a lot of my life is centered around like my gender identity in that way. I kind of like just being invisible, and so it hasn't really come up in that context. But I definitely agree that if I were to have that conversation, and if I'd had it earlier and things had gone badly, then no, I would not want to be dating him. And that, you know, either outcome is, I guess, kind of a good outcome. Not that it wouldn't be painful. It would still be very painful for me, like both because I would feel invalidated and because I would be, you know, rejected and no longer dating someone who I care about. But, you know, I mean, the other option, I guess, is, you know, to keep hiding the identity and then never knowing if I'm really validated or not, which is also shitty. So both of those options aren't ideal, but one is definitely better than the other. Yeah, it's definitely a conversation I have not had yet out of fear, and not out of like not a logical place of thought. So it's something that I'm working up towards. But yeah, I haven't dated a lot before. For a while, I really just thought I was like completely asexual or something. But this particular man has awakened something in me, and
can I ask you about that? Because you mentioned that you tend to only date bi and pan men. So I'm really curious, what was so special about this straight guy that you're willing to potentially hold off transitioning? Like, why is he so amazing?
I don't know. I guess I'm very picky. So
that's a good thing.
I don't come across people that I am attracted to very often. And that also kind of breeds the fear in my mind of not being able to find people to date again. And because I present as either, I'm interested in queer men, but I present as a straight man or as a lesbian, a book lesbian, it's very hard to attract the right kind of person. So I have trouble finding people to date. And I also I have a very low sex drive in general. So I don't get attracted to people very often. Yeah. So to me, it feels like I would be missing a very good opportunity to let this go. But I mean, you know, it's not a good opportunity inherently if he doesn't view me the right way. But I'm also trying to be as open as possible because I think he doesn't come from like a queer background. He identifies as straight, but he's had sexual encounters with men before. So he doesn't identify as bi, but he has experimented, and that at least is somewhat validating to me. But he doesn't come from like the queer culture. He hasn't read theory and all that sort of stuff. He didn't spend the like 10 years deep in Tumblr culture that I spent. So he doesn't necessarily know all of the terms and all that sort of thing. So I'm also trying to be open-minded about, you know, giving him time to kind of understand and, you know, not like hold his hand too much, but a little bit. So being open to that so that I don't feel immediately rejected when he's confused, which he might be.
See, but that sounds like so much work. I'm just like, I get it, but I'm like, oof, that sounds like so. I hope he's worth it because
me too, honestly. But
also
right now I do feel like he is. But
sir, go on.
No, I just said right now it does feel like it's worth it, but it might change.
Yeah, I mean, but also you've also only been dating him for like a month, so it's like, you know, it might suck, but I think that some people, like, the impression I get from a lot of the people who are in relationships like this is that they really do believe that they're never going to be able to find someone else. And that's so not true, but I get it, because I remember when I was in a relationship and I held off breaking up with my ex because I thought I would never find anyone else who would love and treat me the way that he did. You know, and I was partially right, where I was able to find men who treated me much better. You know, and I don't know, it's just, I always feel sad when I hear that, because, you know, I would hate to be so concerned about what a man thought of my body that I would hold myself off of doing things that made me happy or were good for me, because I wanted to stick with him, you know. I don't know, but everyone's got their own journey. Everyone's got their own journey.
Yeah, I'm planning to have the conversation very, very soon because I'm about to schedule the surgery. So
oh wow, so you're not only thinking about it, you've got like it lined up, like you're ready to go in.
It's pretty much like the next time I see him, it's going to be happening. So I might have a drink or two first, but it'll happen. And
You know what though?
yeah,
But
wish me luck.
yeah, I'm gonna be sending you nothing but positive energy. But like, if
Thank
the
you.
ultimate conclusion is he's not into it and he is not into you and da 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 da, that's not a loss. Just know that that's not a loss. Not really. You know, there are
True.
plenty of men who probably look exactly like him who are going to be totally supportive of you doing what you want to do with your body. Trust me.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it goes well. I'm excited and nervous, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I know that we'll all be sending you positive energy and prayers and whatever everyone does, because I know that could be a very gnarly surgery. So I'm looking forward to. I'm sure if you comment on my channel a lot, I'll be posting this later on um my other YouTube channel. Feel free to give us updates there, because I would love to hear how that goes. I'm sure we'd all love to hear that as well.
Yeah, I will. I will give updates.
All right. Well, I'm going to take another caller, but thank you so much for calling in and giving me your perspective. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. Have a good one.
All right. Bye. All right, loves. Um, why are trans women and trans men not compatible? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Sorry. I'm trying to quote a meme and it's not working. All right, I'm gonna be quiet and then take the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to and what is your true tea?
Hi. My name is Allegra.
Love that name.
I guess I love it too. I'm obsessed with my own name, honestly. But anyway, yeah, my true tea is like, so I have a very interesting experience because I am very stereotypically feminine as a dfab, non-binary, and gender fluid person. So even though I identify as gender fluid, I'm very hyper feminine in the way that like maybe you could argue like drag queens are.
Okay.
So I have so like I have that kind of experience. And I mostly date men because unfortunately I'm just very attracted to them.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And yeah, it's weird because I'm very small too. Like I'm very petite and short. So like I fit a lot of the ideas of like a stereotypical like cisgender woman, but I'm non-binary. And so dating men is like this weird minefield of like I'd be like, yeah, no, my name's Allegra, and actually my pronouns are they and she, and like I prefer they, and I can tell they like are like, oh, okay, you're cute, like I'm attracted to you, I like you, so like I guess I'll like, there's this like going along like humorous sort of intention.
I'll humor
I think
you,
sometimes
yeah,
with me, yeah, because it's like, you know, I like you, like you're cute, I want to like sleep with you, because I'm so many things, like I'm Latinx and I'm also hypersexual, so then that plays into it too. Like I've definitely had some fetishization happen to me in the past, even before being non-binary, and that's something I worry about too, is like I sometimes wonder if there's like a crossover between the type of men that fetishize Latinx women and then fetishizing me being Latinx and then also non-binary. And that kind of like exoticization of non-binary people. I don't know if any other NBs can like relate to that or if that's happened to them. I can't imagine that I'm the only one, but I do feel like there's a bit of that too, where it's like that crossover. So it's very complicated for me.
It sounds muy complicated. Very, very complicated.
Yeah. Oh god. And it's, I mean, I'm lucky in the sense of like the one guy I recently was involved with, right after coming out, was more accepting, but it didn't work out for other reasons, just like incompatibility in general. But my friend who is a cisgender man, he asked me recently, he was like, so like when we go out and we go and like party and like you run into men who are like interested in you and hitting on you, are you gonna like present as non-binary? Are you gonna pretend to be like, or if they read you as cisgender, would you just pretend to go along with that and be cisgender just to like hook up and sleep with someone as someone who participates in that culture? And I don't know if I have a full on.
Well, what does
like,
that even fucking mean, though?
Yeah, like what does that mean exactly? Like, is it like, so like, am I gonna pretend to not be myself so that I can sleep with someone? And then is that even a good idea? I mean, the answer obviously is objectively no, but then like, I don't know. It's so.
Yeah,
it's
but
so
also
strange
you probably don't have to fight to get people to have sex with you. This is so weird. Like like I think men don't understand that probably everyone else like doesn't have to like go through all these complicated games to get laid. Like it's not that.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. When I said that male attention is easy in one of my videos, people were like, "Well, it's not easy for me," and I'm like, "Oh, maybe it's I don't know. It's easy for me."
It's easy for me too. I've never
positive
really had much of an issue.
Yeah, so it's like, why would you have to
I
be
personally never
dishonest?
struggled.
Why would you like have to like
Yeah.
in quote like, and also what does that even? I'm stuck on what does that even mean? Like
I guess it's the idea of like, am I going to sleep with someone who I can tell doesn't really read me as non-binary or not? Like, I think that was the idea, and I think that that's a valid question that I don't know. It's complicated.
Well, but that goes back to the idea of passing as non-binary. What does that even mean?
Oh, exactly. Like it's so funny, this idea of a passing non-binary person, because there is that weird social standard of what a non-binary person looks like, and I know that to people, I'm not it, despite being a non-binary person, which is so funny because it's like, but I'm not a non-binary person. So like, what do you mean I don't look like one? Like that's so. It's so funny. Like people, gender is so weird.
It is. And like, so like I said with a previous caller, I think that, you know, similar to what you're describing, a lot of people are just going, first of all, we can't help what we're attracted to. And there's going to be hella straight men who are going to look at you and be attracted to you and not even think of you being non-binary at all. And like, does that, you know, I think that's a part of a lot of people's sexuality. And it's something that a lot of people literally are not going to be able to influence unless they like wear a shirt that says that they're non-binary and does all of these different things. But even then, it still might, you know, not be completely read. So it's a complicated conversation that like doesn't always have the most straightforward answers and quotations, you know, like you like somebody looking at you and not knowing that you're non-binary is like are you like, I guess you could stop and explain that, and that might potentially make you less attractive to some people, but probably not, you know. Like
yeah it's, I guess it's like it comes down to, sometimes I feel like it's like that weird personal moral standard of like, am I going to hold myself to a specific standard of like never sleeping with people who don't read me as non-binary, or am I just sometimes going to go, fuck it, I want to have sex, like let's let's do it, you know what I mean? It's that weird gray line. And also because, you know, there are people, I mean, I live in New York City, so like I'm in a decently more progressive place, arguably, when it comes to certain things. So, but there are still some people who don't even know exactly what non-binary is and what non-binary means. So sometimes there's also ignorance that's just like not intentionally malicious. And then so it's like, are you gonna like take the time and like explain and be patient, or are you just gonna be like, no, I don't have the time for that, like either like understand or don't? It's so dating is like it's that complicated gray area. And I haven't been dating that much in quarantine because obviously, you know, quarantine, but once I go back to it,
I mean, I think it really
like
depends on
thing.
I think, I mean, like it depends on what you want, you know, like if you're like wanting to date somebody long term, I feel like drawing the line in the sand is like healthy. But like if you're just trying to fuck and he likes what you've got and you like what he's got, whatever, I don't know. Like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I've definitely done both. And so I don't know if maybe I'll continue to do both or not.
Well, people change. You know, quarantine made a lot of people, like, quarantine definitely made me more serious about what relationships I wanted, for sure. So I think it's done that to a lot of people.
It's definitely, it's done that to me and a lot of people I know too, is like, sort of, what do you want out of that dating sphere? Like, do you want to go back to just hookup culture? Do I even have the energy to go back to hookup culture after being inside for so long? Or do I want to like get more serious or not?
Well, see, for me, and I guess this connects to the conversation, is like, I've had quite a bit of sex in my life that feels incredibly fucking demeaning. Like totally just disgusting, demeaning. Like, somebody could, you know, wouldn't care if I was hurt or not. Like, they were gonna get what they wanted, and that was kind of that. And like, that's part of why I don't tend to have casual sex, because often it feels basically the same, even if it's not that. I guess it's like, would you feel demeaned by a man having sex with you who didn't fully see or accept your gender? Because I think there's various different reactions to that. You know, like, non-binary is not one thing. I mean, it's non-binary. There's no way of solidly nailing it down. And there are some non-binary folks who are very alienated by the idea of somebody looking at them as a woman and having sex with them. And then there are some people who literally don't care. I'm curious, like, where you land on that.
I guess the thing is complicated. I don't want to be viewed as a woman, but I'm very stereotypically submissive and like a bottom in bed. So then it's like, how do I get straight or cisgender men, really in general, to treat me like that when we're sleeping together, but then also still view me as a non-binary person? Because I feel like there's a culture of viewing those types of people who have sex like that specifically as women.
Yeah. And like, the way that I've heard like some people circumvent that is like, maybe in the context of like the bedroom, they'll like get into, you know, he's going to start calling you like by masculine you know, terms, or saying that you're handsome while you're having sex, so that like it subverts that. But then there are some non-binary people who don't want to be associated with that either, you know. We're like, that's also alienating.
I think unfortunately, what you said about like not engaging in casual sex, I think that unfortunately I'm kind of inclined to agree that maybe casual sex just moving forward for me and what I'm looking for isn't necessarily a possibility, because I feel like I have so many not rules, but like just expectations that are perfectly valid that sometimes you can't get from a simple, I'm in a bar, ooh, I like you, you like me, let's go back somewhere and have sex. Like, I think sometimes it's not possible to get all of that from a simple encounter like that, which I've done in the past.
Yeah, of course not. Like that's the thing too, is when you have casual sex, like, and you don't know people very well, it's like, there, you know, for me, there's like, I can't think of a time in the past like 3 or 4 years where I've had casual sex that I haven't like ultimately regretted. Like, I usually do, just because of so frequently it turns into some really shitty stuff, you know. Like, I was talking to my friend about it today, because I had a run-in with this, I won't get into the whole story, but I had this run-in with this guy not too long ago that reaffirmed the reason why I don't do this. And she was like, this is why, you know, you just fuck him and you don't talk to him. You don't like, you don't talk to him. Because I'm the kind of person where, like, when I know someone's a bad person, I can't enjoy or look fondly back on what we've done. You know, it becomes like a regret. You know, it's like, oh shit, you know, I mean, hell, the story that I told as part of this podcast is a great example of that. If I didn't fuck that dude, and I like kept my distance, or, you know, maybe we just had a distant conversation and reconnected at a different time, like after I'd known him for a bit and then we had sex, you know, that would have been a totally different scenario. But because it was what it was, the moment he started to tell me that, you know, I deceived him and all this other bullshit, it was like, oh crap, all right, okay, that's why I don't do this. That's the exact reason why I don't do this, because there's so much random baggage that comes when you just jump in the bed with people. So yeah, I mean, that's my thing. And I guess like coming back to this conversation, I have such a discomfort with being dehumanized sexually, and it just terrifies me when I hear men speaking negatively about their non-binary partners or misgendering them, or saying like things that make it seem like their partner's gender is like a burden on them. I can't imagine giving my sexual intimacy to somebody who would do stuff, who would say and express themselves that way. It terrifies me. It literally, like, it's my worst nightmare. So,
I can't imagine. Like, someone said earlier that they never considered that men were doing that. I never considered that men were doing that either. I was viewing it 100% in the binary of like, men either respect you or they don't. I can't believe it didn't occur to me, especially because men can be manipulative and stealthy and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like, of course, it's like, it makes so much sense that there are men that do that. So
yeah.
It's so, I don't know why, maybe it's just like a blind faith and trust that like, if you're using they in front of me, then that means you at least acknowledge that it's real. But then there's, interesting. That's so interesting. It's interesting. I feel like I learned something new hearing that.
And it's so interesting that you say that, because like I mean, obviously I assume that when somebody's misgendering their partner, that their partner doesn't know that they're doing that. But like, it's so common. It's so common. And this could just be, maybe the handful of shitty men that I've dated or attempted to date, right? It could just be that I just have had incredible bad luck and just dated quite a few men who feel that way. But like, it's so fucking common. And it's not even like people who were dating somebody when they use she, her pronouns and then changed it. It's like just almost universally, they will misgender their partner at some point. And, I would love to be able to be like, oh no, that's not a common thing, but it is so common that like, it makes me concerned for those relationships, because fuck, if I was living with somebody and having sex with somebody, especially unprotected sex with them, and they were misgendering me, that's just my nightmare. I've been saying it, it's literally my nightmare. It really is.
Well, especially because I personally have had way more, and maybe this is just the type of non-binary person I am. I've had way more disrespect from a lot of like cisgender women who are like feminists.
Interesting.
I've definitely had encounters where they like have definitely made fun of non-binary people who are like dfab and femme presenting behind their back, even though they're to their face like pretending to accept them. And I think that that's really interesting, because like I don't really understand where that comes from, and like why that's a specific problem. It's obviously not every woman, but there's been enough cisgender women where it's like, I'm like, why is this an issue? Where they have issues with like dfab non-binary femme people. Like there's like a weird, I don't know if it's like a competition thing or if it's like a betraying of feminist theory, but like that whole thing, like it's like a bit of like a light version of turfism, where like it's like the betrayal of feminism and femininity to like present yourself in that way, but then not identify as a woman.
Yeah.
And I wonder if any like dfab people who date women have had that issue in relationships, because I've had it in friendships that I've had to end.
I mean, to my understanding, it's something that definitely kind of happens when you're dating lesbians, like I said to the previous caller, I don't have any experience with that, but I've heard that is kind of a thing, is either ignoring your gender to justify the attraction, or like trying to to downplay or laugh at or speak ill about about your gender, because you think that you're trying to get away from associating with them and their label. It's a kind of interesting thing, to hear about. I again don't know too much about it, but yeah, it's wild out there. There are so many different ways to look at this, but I think I'm going to take another call, but I really appreciate you calling in. We got 13 people on the line still, so I want to get to some of those, but thank you for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so we've got 12 people on the line, and we've got, I mean, I would like to be here for only 13 more minutes. That would be ideal. It would be very ideal, because I've been here for 2 hours and 35 already, but you know, who the fuck knows? Let's see. All right, here we go. I'm so glad that there are people calling in, though. That's amazing. Actually, how many people are watching this right now? Before I take the next call, how many people are watching it? Because I'm not on my computer, so I can't really see. There are a lot of callers for this. There's so many callers. 607. Wow, that is probably the most we've ever had. Wow, that's awesome. Hi, 607 7 people. You should check out my podcast. I know a lot of people who listen to these don't listen to the podcast, but you should check out my podcast, True Tea with Kat Blaque. You know, it's that's the reason we're having these conversations, if you don't already. All right, I'm gonna be quiet and then take the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to use an accent because you like to use accents, and I also don't want to be recognized. And I'm going to use a fake name, the name I want to name my daughter. Okay. My daughter in the future. So it's going to be Zaofin. Because I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. So kind of reminds. But I love the channel. My tea, by the way, well, I won't say where I'm from because, like I said, the reason I want to say anonymous is because I do music and I act and things like that, and I want to get famous, and I'm not really kind of debating whether or not I want to come forth with my gender identity. But I'm a Black transgender woman, and I am so nervous talking to you. Let me just calm my heart rate down.
Oh my God, I'm nervous. You're British, so you're fine.
Blow it off. Okay. So yes, but yeah, no, I do. I did identify as, you know, a female, Black transgender female, and I am actually wanting to talk about a story that just happened last night or 2 nights ago. I was at this performance with some friends, and one of my friends is gender non-binary, is actually a transgender man, and I just met him recently. He's just now transitioning, and it's a really unfortunate experience. We were there with a whole bunch of other people. One of them as well identifies as gender non-binary, and they were approached by, when I was in the car, I was like drunk. I had like 2 Tanquerays on ice and a gin and tonic and a rum and coke after that, and then a beer to top it off.
Oh, you had
a so it was a lot. But
I love it.
But yeah, so I was in the car. My accent is so off right now. I was in the car, and I was ready to go. We were packing up. They were getting the set together, and my gender non-binary friend was standing with my other friend who was, I'm not trying not to use names, my other friend who was, who is, you know, like I said, a transgender man. And they were approached by this white man who I thought was American, but actually he was claiming he was from Europe, as he put it. And I was like, who says that from Europe? Like, even when you're from the U.S., you know, you say you're from the U.S. or whatever. When you're from France, you say you're from France. When you're from Germany, so on. So why? I didn't really believe that. At the end of the day, he was basically trying to take apart this, you know, this transgender man's, you know, identity, and said, you know, you look like a girl, but you're not. And it was kind of like a question, but you're not. And it's like, okay, so what are you talking about? Like, you clearly know what the situation is when you go into it saying it like that. So it seems pretty obvious what you're doing. But of course, some of the other people who are there trying to speak up for this person who is transgender, and, you know, say, you know, this is how you should properly ask this question if you want to talk to someone like that and say these types of things. It's just really unfortunate situation because I'm just sitting there in the car, just drunk and past it and pissed because I'm getting more and more, more and more upset as time is going on because I know where the conversation was going from the jump. And, you know, it just got worse and worse. And I hear all these other people defending him, but at the same time, they're also continuing to keep him on this experimentation journey so that he can be dissected in this laboratory as some kind of science fair project for all these people and bystanders and this random German bloke. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, I don't understand why you have to, make it your business to pry into someone's gender and situation out there in public. But the other thing that was brought up, because I told one of my friends in the car when we left after I, diffused the situation, I ended up getting out the car and telling everybody, let's go. And, some of them went with me. I texted my friend who's a transgender man, and, I apologized for what happened. I was like, hey, how are you? All that good stuff. And then in the car, one of the people who was trying to defend him, but was still speaking for him. And it just kind of fed into the situation. I explained that to him and he was like, yeah, I understand that. And that makes sense. And we ended up talking a little bit more about, the relationship that that he has with his partner. And his partner is a male, a cisgender male. And he is with him and misgenders him all the time, in his presence, out of his presence, whatnot. And I'm just sitting here like, I understand what people have said before. One of the people who spoke on your channel just a few callers ago was like, you need to get more used to just not, just understanding that other people are going to see you how they're going to see you. Okay, that's great. And I do respect a lot of what they said because it was very on point. But this in particular, I'm with you. I cannot stand, you say West Nightmare, Baton Wall, definitely. It is my worst fear for me to be in a situation where I am with someone who is misgendering me, especially behind my back to other people, and especially even to my face. Honestly, I don't even really know which one will be worse. But, maybe if I thought about it, I could figure it out fairly quick, but I'm too nervous right now. But, at the end of the day, no, it's still here. It persists. But what do you call it? The situation is just crazy to me. And as a transgender, Black woman, I'm consistently in a lot of, fetishization relationships. I'm consistently, in that situation where, you're having to, like one of the callers said before, navigate this field of people who, find you attractive in whatever way. Because I'm a very attractive woman. So, I am very passable in a lot of situations. And some, of course, there are some situations where I'm clockable, whatever the case may be. But for the majority of the I'm not, I'm trying to be famous and I haven't really run into any problems with the people I've connected with. And I've, been doing a lot of stuff. So, I'm fairly passable, but still it's just like the hard situation because you end up with a lot of these people who, being a person who like you is mostly attracted to a certain kind of butch, masculine, strong man who looks like he could, maybe not throw me across the room, but, maybe not that, but looks like he could, maybe, give it to me, Rob, give it to me, good daddy. But, scratch the daddy. But, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are pretending nowadays to be in this sphere of, this social sphere of people who are, fitting with what they want. I do want to speak on something that you said earlier, though. You said something about, and you said this a whole bunch of times, and a lot of it, I watch a lot of your videos. You are amazing. Okay, anyway, I saw one of your videos, I saw earlier in this video, you said something about, when men, this, like that one story where that guy was with you and he was like, you know, everything was perfect and it would have all gone perfectly. You would have been the princess of Milan. All of these things, ring on your finger. If only the woodpecker sighed, the bark on the tree was as soft as the sky, you know, all that good stuff. I understand that situation, and I always was completely agreeing with you until I actually sat and thought about it in this moment. And I was like, you know, just like 20 minutes ago, you were talking to somebody, and you said it again in a different way. And I was like, you know what, though? I have been in situations where, as a Black transgender woman who is, you know, she and her pronouns, all that good stuff, you know, very feminine, not really flamboyant, but you know, whatever. I have been in situations where I have met some very attractive transgender men, and you know, male. And I have not been able to completely, because I've only had sex with one woman in my life, and that was in the beginning of my transition, about 2 years or so into it, when I was like 16. So I guess not a woman, but you know, it was not the best experience. Haven't done it since, or any other vagina. And what do you call it? At the end of the day, I just kind of feel like it's very possible, or maybe I suffer from some kind of stigma or discrimination if it's not. But it's very possible actually to completely be one way about somebody and feel totally attracted to someone and not be a person who's strictly focused on genitalia, and still not be attracted, and still not be, you could still be attracted, but still not want to be with that person who has the genitalia that you find out you did not know. So I found out that, you know, someone who was, you know, a transgender man had genitalia that was not, you know, did not have male genitalia at the time. And, you know, I was so attracted, and to this day, I'm still so attracted. And, you know, I'm not saying I would have 100% never tried anything, but most likely, of course, it led to me not trying anything. You know, it did not happen. So, you know, I do understand that feeling of a guy meeting someone like myself, a Black transgender woman, and saying, oh, okay, well, you know, I don't really, now that I know your situation after these few days of dating, a few months or weeks of dating, it's not going to be a few months for me, though, because it's a few days usually, or, you know, a few weeks before I let you know, if I'm really feeling you like that. But, you know, I can understand them saying, okay, well, you know what, you know, I'm not really into it. And
with that particular story, what I was pointing out was that I was incredibly upfront about who I was. I described myself as a transgender woman. He had just thought that transgender woman meant dfab non-binary person. That was the reason I brought that story up, because it was one of those, like, okay, like, I think that the feeling of, like I've said consistently, I think if you're not into certain body parts, that's totally fucking valid. My big thing you
have said a lot that it's not transphobic. You don't necessarily think that it's transphobic to feel that way. Yeah, you have said that. I'm sorry, just want to mention that I have had that.
Yeah. It's more so it was interesting to be in that situation where someone was communicating to me, you know, basically, I don't really care about how you identify as long as you have a pussy, you know. Like that was really because that was like the first gratuitous time that I'd actually seen that, where it was like, oh shit, like this person is straight up like could care less how I felt in terms of gender, but they really only cared about the idea of me having a vagina. And there are a lot of men who feel that way. There are a lot of men who are like, I don't really care.
That is very
care. I'm sorry.
Oh God, I was just agreeing.
Oh yeah, I mean there are a lot of men who that's what they want. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that it's just hard for those men to communicate that without sounding shitty. There's really no way to say, "Hey, I'm interested in everyone regardless of their gender as long as they've got a pussy," without sounding like a gross person. There's really no way of saying that.
Well, yeah, no, most definitely. But I do agree with you. And the title really pulled me in because, you know, even though I don't want to take up too much more time because I know I'm on another side of things than the people you were really, you know, of course, you want to talk to some men on this side of things. And then also some people like you've talked to before who are on the dfab side of things. But as a woman who has gone through similar situations where men are assimilating in some way to try to garner your favor. I did have to speak on that, especially knowing some people and having a situation happen just last night at the bar, with the situation, that meant me learning about, the conversation of, this, man who is with this, transgender man who is consistently referring to him as, her, and like, out of his pronouns. It's like, I feel like that is so obviously, anybody who's doing that, I'm sorry, I feel like that's so obviously a person who sees you as, like you said, and like it's been said before, a woman, they see you as a woman, and they want something from you. And like you said, it's the whole vagina thing. And I just think that that's really messed up, because it's like, I don't think it's messed up to be that way. I just think it's necessarily, maybe I do. I don't know. I have to think about that. Maybe I do think it's messed up. But whether or not that's the case, I don't necessarily. What I think is really messed up is when you force someone to be in a situation where they've been upfront with you, and you're with them under false pretenses because you're not being upfront with them, because they think that you are someone who'd be accepting of them. You can't be accepting of me. Someone said earlier that they were with someone and they're misgendering them, but they were accepting of them, as long, or if they misgender them, as long as they're accepting of them, then, and actually see them, or excuse me, they wanted to be considered straight. And as long as they saw them as the gender they were, then it was completely okay for them to see themselves as straight, their partner, to see themselves as straight. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't really see how that would be the case, because in my situation, if a guy is dating me, I do date usually guys who consider themselves straight. If he sees me as who he sees me as, then he's going to identify with that. But like, if he sees himself as gay, for instance, I'm not going to be with a guy who considers himself as gay, because no matter what the situation is, if you say you're attracted to me, you're not just gay, So that I don't know. I just kind of have different.
Yeah, I think it's a complex conversation. I think it's really complicated. Well, I'm going to take another call because we've got 13 people on the line still. But thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate you sharing your story with me.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Good night. Bye. Ta-ta. All right, so we are officially at like the 3-hour point in 8 minutes. So I'm gonna try to take a couple more calls, but I might officially be like at the end of my how many calls I might be at the end of my oh fuck, in fact, I just realized I was uploading a video earlier and I meant to send it off to get captioned. Oh fuck, let me do that right now. What happens when I'm multitasking? 1 second. 50 Shades Freed. Shit, this should be done by now. Fuck. Okay, sorry. 1 moment, loves. One moment. Actually, I don't know if am I gonna be able to monetize this or not? I don't know, actually. I just have to go through all different types of hoops to monetize. It's quite frustrating, I must be honest. Unlisted. We gotta make it unlisted. And did the monetization go through? Let's see what happens. Sorry, I have to do this. Because I would have loved to post this like tomorrow. Oh wait, why is monetization status not available? That's very weird. It says monetization. Oh, okay, it's on. Never mind. Video's being monetized. Okay, let's send it off to get caption love. I was gonna try to post this video today, but that's probably not gonna. I don't know. It could happen. I guess I could post it in a couple of hours. It's not gonna have captions though. I'm trying to be good about like not uploading a video unless it's been captioned, or not posting a video rather unless it's been captioned. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it off to get captioned right now. And then I'm going to, oh my God, 17 hours. How much is it going to cost to rush deliver it? $63. Kill me. Okay, I get in 8 hours though. Okay, $63. I'll pay for the captions. All right. So, sorry, I was supposed to do this hours ago, and I'm just realizing I hadn't done it. All right, but actually, let me do the thumbnail really quickly. If you guys would like to see my 50 Shades Freed review, I'm gonna post it to Patreon in a few minutes. Oh, come on, let me save it. I hate the new way that Photoshop is doing saving. It's so frustrating. It's literally one of the worst things that ever happened to me in my life. The fact that Photoshop is requiring me to save in a different way is just honestly one of the most transphobic and racist things I've ever experienced. Okay, and that's, sorry, I'm doing video shit. And I want to post it so that I can get back to this. Thumbnail up. Oh shit, not this video. The other one. I didn't get hit for copyright. That's amazing. We love that. We love the fact that it's not getting copyrighted right now. Copyright striked. Okay, so I'm going to post this to Patreon right now. I'm going to post it for all the followers because I'm going to post it probably tomorrow. So I'm just going to give it to everyone. 50 Shades Freed review. Okay, love, it's been posted for everybody on my Patreon, and it's getting captioned right now. Apparently in 8 hours. Okay, so now I'm back. All right. Sorry about that. I'm always doing a million things at once, and I realized that I had like really early on in this broadcast uploaded a video, and I was gonna try to get it captioned because sometimes I can get it captioned within like a couple of hours, and I was gonna post it, but that's not gonna fucking happen. We're just gonna post on Tuesday like we always do. Anyway, let me finally take this next call. So I'll be quiet for a second, and then we'll take the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Hi, Kat. I'm Lee. I am a non-binary transmasc person, and I'm dating a cisgendered man who's identified as pansexual.
Okay.
And but when I first started dating him, we met on Grindr, so that was
Okay.
That was fun.
So pretty gay
already. Pretty gay. I thought I had the best chance of meeting someone who was actually queer and going to be interested in me for me on Grindr.
Interesting.
Yeah, and you said earlier in the call that you were dating someone, and you were dating your ex, and your ex was dating you to potentially, make non-binary AFAB people and like transmasc people more comfortable with dating them, because I'm dating a trans woman, so look how open I am, right?
Though I wouldn't describe that person as an ex. It was definitely a guy that I was dating. That guy turned out to be a fucking rapist. Sure. So I'm super like not happy.
Yeah,
about
okay.
him. Yeah. But yeah, but
not that, just some guy.
Some dude.
But that was definitely the case for me, knowing that my current boyfriend has dated and slept with trans women. Was like, oh, okay, so I don't have to explain transness to you, right? But I was the first transmasculine person he's ever dated.
Mm.
So I really had to question whether or not he actually saw me as just a woman or not.
Mm.
But I think the biggest tell is how people treat you or how they refer to you when they're speaking with, friends and coworkers and family.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference between dating a straight man, which I have in the past, is that he always referred to me to his friends as she, her. Whereas this guy, he calls me his boyfriend. He uses they them pronouns for me, even to his coworkers, which I think is crazy. And I appreciate it, but it puts him in a situation where he has to explain my gender to them, which is hard. So I understand why someone would not want to do that, and why non-binary people wouldn't hold their partners up to that standard. But it was really sad to hear the other caller that was potentially going to not pursue their transition because of some straight guy. And I just want to let people know that someone out there is going to see you for who you are and love that, and you won't have to change for them.
Amen. That's so true. Yeah, it's very sad because I feel like I know people who are like in relationships like yours, and like it's possible you can be with an affirming partner. And so it's fascinating to me to like talk to specifically dfab people who feel like they absolutely have to date straight men. Like,
yeah, I don't understand it. I don't feel comfortable really dating straight men because I have never been with a straight man who doesn't see me as a woman. The two go hand in hand for me, in my experience.
Yeah, I mean, often I'm not saying that like it's impossible for a straight man to feel differently, and to like see your partner as like maybe an exception or whatever, but a lot of straight men, especially so like my big reason why I don't like to date straight men is because they're usually very they lack self-examination, generally speaking. And
Absolutely.
they often have not even sat and interrogated like their attractions, their feelings, gender in general, gender, like
or even
usually
what being a straight man is.
Yeah. Yeah. Like they haven't thought about any of that. And I just find that like degree of not being invested in that sort of self-interrogation to be like really unattractive, because it tends to manifest in some very shitty ways, like the straight guy who's misgendering his non-binary partner has really not done the work. Like we've said before, they've literally not done the work required. And so it's like I have a hard time seeing why that would be appealing to a person who sees gender and things as very important to them. Because I would only want to date somebody who gets it, because you don't have to explain yourself. Like, yes, it's frustrating to explain yourself to a straight man, at first, but it's probably gonna be even more frustrating to explain yourself and also be in a position where you're holding off your transition because of it. Like that sounds a lot worse than
that part. Really,
like
really just sounds so sad to me.
It breaks my heart.
Even with my boyfriend now, I started dating him before I got top surgery, and after I got top surgery, he told me that, well, this is how I've always seen you since you told me you were uncomfortable with your chest. So just that kind of validation feels so good. I couldn't imagine being in a place where where I didn't have that.
Yeah.
And I think everybody deserves that kind of validation.
I have a theory, and this is just something that I've observed, and I could be wrong, but I do think that there are probably some men who digest non-binary dfab folks as insecure and thus needing validation. And I think that for some of these people, the like one of the comments, there's one really heartbreaking comment that I got on the comment section um of my podcast, and this was a person who was Muslim, and they they talked about how they started dating a guy who initially sort of expressed some sort of support, but really they sort of saw their gender as like a challenge that they had to overcome. And they kept sort of subtly mentioning, you would look really beautiful in a hijab because that's their religion. And like was really kind of trying to push this person away from transition and saw it like almost like a very complicated playing hard to get game. Um, you know, it wasn't
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it wasn't that their gender was real and true and this is how they felt. It's more that they, because some men think that like somebody's non-binary because they just have never met a man that's made them feel comfortable and safe and warm. And and it's like, no, 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 it's because that's their gender, and like it's just I think some men, they look at non-binary dfab folks as like easy to manipulate, easy to kind of um to mold, and looking for some sort of validation from a man, and eager to receive that validation from a man, which is partially why these performances of acceptance that I know are that are completely contradicted by them misgendering them behind their back, they feel so false to me because it feels so manipulative, you know and there's something about that, like, to me, like, why aren't, like, the question I have in the back of my mind when looking at some of these relationships is, if these men are just attracted to women, why do some men have this pattern of dating non-binary folks? What is it that they're specifically trying to do with those non-binary folks, when that when part of the relationship they have is undermining their gender and trying to reinforce them as women, like, and I can only sort of see that
maybe they've just got lucky in the past and kept up with a pattern.
Maybe, because I've noticed, like, I mean, I don't want to bring Onision up, but he's got a long history of that as well, dating these like people who are non-binary and dfab and then being super shitty to them. And it's like, what is that about? What is that about? And it makes me feel like a little low-key protective for people, because I'm like, this doesn't seem like a relationship that's making, you happy, because I think that's kind of part of the idea when people are like, oh, I'm going to be with this straight man who doesn't want me to transition because, I think a person who,
because I love him,
or because I don't think I'm going to be able to find someone else or something, a lot of people are just like, like a previous caller discussed, they've been with this person for a month, but they're terrified of telling this person that they're going to have top surgery because they don't want to lose that relationship. That sounds like insecurity.
And I understand it.
Oh, it makes total sense.
You'll be so much happier when you find someone who cares about who you are.
So much happier. I'm actually curious. Can you tell me a bit more about your previous experiences dating straight men and like what that felt for you?
Well, I was in a long-term, like a 6-year relationship with a straight man, and around year, I know. What was I doing? Around year 1, I came out as non-binary, and at that point, he was cool with it. He was like, okay, well, I love you. We can work this out. I'm straight, but as long as like you don't change anything about yourself, I love you for you. And I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But as the years progressed, I realized top surgery was something I really wanted to pursue, and the more and presenting more masculine in general. So the more I presented masculine, the less attracted he got to me, to the point where there was zero attraction left on either either end.
Wow.
And yeah, it wasn't worth it. It dragged on way too long. And then I finally was like, okay, I made a date for my top surgery. And he's like, yeah, that's good for you, but what about me? Like, well, I guess we're breaking up.
Wow. Wow.
Which is the best thing that's happened to me in a while.
Oh, I bet.
Totally honest.
I bet. Like, because I mean, I'm fortunate in that I've never really dated controlling partners who really wanted me to look a certain way. But like, that would be so hard, especially if it was dysphoria related. I have to be reminded of this shit that I hate every single day, every single time I look at myself in the mirror because of what gets you off sexually. Like, I feel compelled to tell people that you deserve so much fucking more than that. Like, so much fucking more than
and
that.
If he really did love me for me or love me for my personality, he would not care if I chopped my titties off.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Doesn't make any sense.
And it's sad. Like, I've had friends of mine who are at the very kind of beginning stages of their like kindlings of their gender, and their idea of how their usually straight partner feels about them is, oh, they're supportive. They're supportive. And then when they do transition, it shifts, and it's hard to sort of see, like, okay, I've and I feel bad for having this thought in the back of my mind, but like, most of the times I've seen stuff like this, I've correctly predicted that the moment the person starts transitioning, they're going to break up. Because that often is like the point of contention is, I'm straight, I'm attracted to women, you the subtext of, as long as you don't change anything, you're fine, is that you look like a woman. I perceive you as a woman, and that's something that I'm attracted to. And of course someone's going to be like, if someone loves you, I don't think they're immediately going to be like, oh shit, it's not going to be this immediate, oh, you're trans, all right, well, I guess we're done. Like, it's hard to date somebody
even if they have the best intentions.
It's not that like immediate. And like, sometimes I'm sure people do say to themselves, okay, I can get over this, and I love this person, and I do care about them, but you also can't really fake attraction, not really. And so not like successfully often.
Agreed.
So it does become like a thing where at some point you're just not having sex as frequently, and maybe he's wanting to open up the relationship, and then you just have to kind of sit there and deal with him shifting away. I've seen it so many times, and it's very depressing. Because
we even
person
opened it up for like to have a woman as like a throuple situation to satisfy his desire for a woman, and that worked fine for a while, but it just wasn't stable.
Yeah, and it often isn't, because it's a band-aid on a wound. It's like there's a bigger issue here, and if like the problem is that you're missing women and you're attracted to women, and you don't, and you see obviously that I'm not that, it's hard to break up. Like, I had a person, a couple that I interviewed, who was in this position, and they broke up. Like, the interview was about how supportive he was, and I could kind of like perceive that support was for where they were right now, as long, before the person had actually undergone any sort of changes. And I didn't get to edit the interview quick enough, because I still have those interviews and I'm still sitting on, but they broke up, and I like couldn't, I was, and they like asked me, like, the trans guy interview, they asked me specifically not to upload it, and I'm glad that I never got around to it, because it's tough, and I would not want to have a capsule of that online forever, especially if it wasn't totally based on how they felt. Like, it's a beautiful thought, and I think that, like, when people transition, you know, there are definitely, I know a couple of people who have, you know, transitioned and remained in the relationship throughout that transition, but especially like when somebody is monosexual, like it's probably not gonna last. Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that's just my own observation of things. The few situations I've seen where someone's transitioned and then they've stayed in the relationship, it's been somebody who's already dating a person who's, you know, queer adjacent or maybe even questioning themselves, and it just kind of works out. You know, like I know like some people who were dating women who were kind of, you know, like that they were dating, like, because a lot of their, okay, let me restart the sentence. I've seen people who have been in relationships with men, and they just happen to be the one man that they were attracted to, right? And then that person
Mm-hmm.
comes out as a trans woman, and it's like, oh shit, this makes sense, you know. And
Yeah.
like I've seen that sort of thing where it lasts, where it's like, you know, the person is already kind of bi or more or open to more than one particular gender. But with monosexual folks, I think it's a bit harder. So I don't know. That's just kind of what I've seen, and it's heartbreaking because for me, transition is so life saving and so like important and necessary just for you to function in your daily life. And I hate the idea of somebody sitting there resenting their body so that somebody could sexually enjoy it. That just, I don't know. That makes me very depressed.
Same.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
All right. Well, thank you so much
And,
for calling in. I really appreciate you sharing your story with me.
No problem. Bye, Kat.
Bye. All right. So I think I'm going to take a couple more and then we'll be done. I think we've kind of covered this. Unfortunately, I think I asked for men to call in too late. So we haven't heard from any men, you know, not a single, well, we've heard from men. We haven't heard from cis men who are being described in this conversation. So, you know, anyway, I'm going to be quiet and then take one call, maybe two. We'll see. Hello.
Hello?
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Oh, hi. I'm Envy, the NB, and I'm also dating a cis male.
Oh, first of all, everyone has such great names today. So many like Envy, the NB. You got like everyone has the most iconic names, and I'm jealous that I have such a boring one. But what is your true tea?
Thank you. My true tea is just that. I came out recently, well, not recently, maybe I had been non-binary since like 2016. Closeted. Came out when the pandemic happened, actually, because I was finally able to get away from my parents, and I started dating immediately. And I was also going to school at the time, and I met this guy in one of my courses, who's like one of the broadcast courses, something like that. And we kind of hit it off. It was fun. We were into the same games, same stuff. But I remember he had asked me out at the time, but I was dating this girl, so I turned him down. And it didn't end up working too well because, unfortunately, like while I was with her, I don't know, I just felt my gender wasn't very affirmed. Like she would mimic my voice and like, you know, that type of like small things. So we didn't last very long, and which was funny because we had also moved out together.
Oh wow.
But she started getting into some car troubles and money issues, so she actually had to move back with her parents. And then I did the fun little lesbian thing that I did at the time, and I asked my ex to come and move in with me in her absence.
who was coming home from Korea at that time. And that was fun. But we ended up not rekindling our relationship when she came back to live with me again either. So we just stayed as roommates. And then during all of this, me and him were still just friends. Because we played games together. We were like the same like shows and stuff. So we would just hang out like over the internet online. And I really enjoyed my time just hanging out with him online. It was very easy for me to do that because I guess the anonymity of it, you know? Like I have a bit of dysphoria about my voice, but for the most part, it's not like a physical meeting. You know, there's no like mannerisms involved, and also it's like what the subject was most of the time was not necessarily anything that had to do with like romance or my sexuality or gender identity. So it was always just chill vibes. So, you know, things didn't go well with either of my girlfriends. And I was still talking to him, and it was still really nice. And I don't know, I developed feelings over time. And so I came out to him about that. And at first, and by now, obviously, he knows, like, I'm queer. He knows that I'm not binary and that I've dated women. And so I was like, hey, do you want to try long distance? And he was like, yeah, I don't see why not. And it only lasted about like 3 days. And then he texted me like, hey, I think we should break up. I'm not really sure like what, like I haven't explored myself. So I don't really know like how to handle this and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, that's fine. We can just be friends. Da 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 da. And then I think, flash forward maybe 3 months after that, he's coming up. Obviously, it's long distance, so he's like downstate, I'm upstate, and he comes up to visit. And then we plan to like go like hiking and stuff, and we really hit it off with hiking, and we decided to like be a couple. And this is also very recent. This is in the last like maybe 8 months, almost a year now, since we kept in touch over the pandemic. But I don't know what it is, but throughout this whole time, like, I haven't really had any issues with like not being, with my gender being invalidated.
Well, that's good.
Like, you know, yeah, and I'm kind of shocked at it, but at the same time, I'm like glad that it's worked out. So like he'll use my pronouns, he'll correct other people. He gets excited when like mutual like celebrities that we like one of them celebs, I forget her name. How could I forget her name? Maybe it's because I'm nervous. But they came out as non-binary, I think, a while back, and they were very excited to share that with me. They love showing me like art of, because my favorite thing is like online, like on Twitter, seeing like my favorite characters with like top surgery scars and stuff. So he'll send those over to me, and I think it's funny because when we first we rarely talked about like, oh, what do you identify as? Things like I came out about that because I know that about me. But whenever it came to him, he was like, I don't really know. I never really explored that part.
That might be part of the reason why he's being so affirming, is that he's also questioning.
That's what I'm thinking that it is. But yeah, we also, because he has a lot of queer friends. He has like a queer circle of friends, and he likes like
reading like literature from like lesbian artists and all of that fun stuff. So I'm thinking like maybe that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But also I don't want to coming from someone who is closeted, and I really don't want to have to put the pressure on him to like come out and things like that, because I don't know. Not that I regret coming out, but I regret feeling the pressure to do it. And I also am one of those people that don't like to explain themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So when I do get misgendered, like I really have to be in a mood to correct you, because otherwise, like again, like I think a lot of the other callers said, like I don't have the energy. I don't care. You can be wrong. Like that's not my business.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
yeah, it's an. I remember like I think it was the first caller that called in. Y'all were talking about like as soon as they like it doesn't matter like what you identify as long as you have a coochie, like it's all good.
mm-hmm.
And I feel like it comes from like again them not really knowing or understanding themselves too much, and also the fear of like if no coochie then I bottom.
Mm.
And then that I feel like that's a big fear to a lot of like cis straight men, is just like their understanding or their grasp of like sex is just kind of limited.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense. It makes total sense. Well, I'm glad that you've had such a positive experience with your current partner. It sounds like they might be an egg, but you know, to each their own. With whenever they feel comfortable sharing that with you, you know.
True. Yeah. I think there was something else that I wanted to touch on. I can't remember it, so I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Well, that's okay. Yeah. We're at the end of the show anyway. I'm probably going to take a few more calls. There's 6 people on the line, but yeah,
for sure.
I appreciate you calling in and sharing your perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Not to brag or anything, but I've been having a good time, which I really didn't expect. But
oh,
cool.
Well, I'm glad you're
been
enjoying
a
yourself.
Time, so who knows? But yeah, thank you. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. All right, bye. Okay, I've got energy for a few more. We'll see how they go. This is definitely a time to stay on topic. Because last time we got to this point in the show and I was like expressing energy for more calls, it was the time when people called in to talk about irrelevant stuff. And I was like, no, please don't. Yeah. So just saying there's 7 people now on the line. That person who just called, you probably won't get through, because I know that they go in order. So, you know, just letting you know, I also would really, I guess at this point, I want to encourage people, like, if you don't have a thing to share specifically about being a non-binary person who's been in relationships with straight men or lesbians, or if you are a lesbian or a straight man who's had the evolving feelings around being non-binary, I would definitely say this is probably not the best time to stay on the line. But if you are all of those things, please call in, because that's who we would like to hear from, or stay on the line rather. If you call in now, you're probably not going to get your call answered. And yeah, I have no control over the order in which these calls are taken. I don't even see the calls. I can't pick them. I just see that there are 7. I have a button that I press, and yeah, that's kind of how it is. So I'm going to leave. I'm going to be quiet. Those of you who think you have nothing productive to add, please hang up. I'm going to take the next call in a minute, but just I'll give you a moment to catch up with the chat and all that. So 1 second. Also, I'm going to add this as well, just because I know that I'm going to want a more well-rounded perspective. Um, if your experience with your partners are validating and amazing and great, I think that's awesome. And I really love that. We've heard from a few people like that, so I'm trying to get more of a diverse perspective here. So if you're calling in to tell me that your straight partner is amazing, I love that for you. I affirm that for you. We want to have different conversations about this, especially people who, you know, if your particular story has not been told, your particular side has not been told on this call, I definitely want to hear from you. So just putting it out there, just trying to tear down, because I know that there's always going to be people who are stuck on the line who you know, don't get answered. And like, I was pretty frustrated when I did my call-in show last time, and I did the whole spiel about please don't call in if all you want to do is say that you love me and think I'm amazing, even though I appreciate that. It's frustrating. And then I got the exact call. I got that exact call the moment I ranted about not wanting that call. So just telling you, I've been here for I've been here for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Um, you know, um let's just respect my time, okay? Let's just respect my time. Okay? Anyway, I've gotten one more call. The person who just called in, you're not going to be answered. So just putting it out there, calling more now is not going, if you're calling in now, you're probably not going to be answered because you'll be at the very bottom of the list. And there's 8 calls right now on the line. I know I'm not going to do 8 of them. I'm probably only going to do a few more. So I'm trying to get people out of the line just in case. So I'm going to be quiet for a second. I'm going to take the next call, and I might not be too happy if it's an irrelevant conversation. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I'll be quiet. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Hi, I'm Ash Pierce. I am a transmasculine person who previously identified as non-binary and I now identify as a trans man, but basically explicitly for the issue we're talking about is so straight men who are basically putting up airs to basically find people who are AFAB or DFAB, however you want to put it, and, you know, try to get in bed with people. But that was the point I wanted to stick on, and then also to share a story about basically this is the focus of the thing that has been on my mind while listening to all these conversations, and also my heart kind of breaking hearing all these people describe basically second guessing how they want to present themselves and living their truth, and modifying themselves because it's been touched on, they don't feel loved. But I have a story that I feel like would help some folks who might have found themselves in my position in the past, and it's basically freshman year of college. Had a very good friend of mine who's the straightest man who's ever existed approached me and say that he was interested in dating me, and that he was basically with the caveat that he was exploring his sexuality and he wanted to sort of, figure things out, and that he felt attracted to me. And the amount of fairness and patience that a lot of people who've been calling in saying that having partners of theirs describe themselves as straight. And again, like I identify on the non-binary spectrum, but more on the mask end. So that might be what's talking here. But that has always been something that I've been incredibly on. So I was frank with him right from the start. And I was like, okay, this is what I'm planning to do. This is who I see myself as. You can sit with that and decide whether that's for you or not. And if not, that's okay. If so, awesome. And he dropped the offer right then and there and left. And we were able to make up and become friends after that. It wasn't like a burned bridge, and it wasn't like a fallout or anything. But I just wanted to let people know and sort of provide a story like, hey, it's possible to basically put yourself out there and say, this is what I'm looking for in a partner. And as a trans person, I deserve to have my own boundaries. Somebody to take that, decide that it's not for them, or that they might have been approaching you in a less than honest way, process it, and it being healthy. And you still having a relationship, may not be sexual, may not be romantic, but still a friendship after that. Because I feel like what a lot of people are afraid of is seeing themselves as mean, or again, like, I don't know, too discerning, which is wild. Yeah. Anyway, I also want to respect your time, so I don't want to be sitting here chatting the whole time, but I wanted to put that out.
Well, I really appreciate you saying that, because I'm the sort of person who's like, look, here are all the things, you know, I might not say it like immediately when I first meet you, but if I am interested in you, like, I'm going to lay down here's the rules of engagement. This is how things are. And if that's not a thing for you, it's not a thing for you. Because that's just, to me, a respect of myself and a respect of him, you know, frankly, you know.
100%. And sometimes it's not 100, like what you might put off it might get misinterpreted, because I'm a very femme presenting, like, I am a gay twink, but I'm a dfab. So that confuses straight men all the time. I go to the club, I get lesbians and straight men flirting with me, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not attracted to either of you. But you learn to be frank. And sometimes I feel like, because I know when I was early in my transition and I was more in like a fluid space and figuring myself out, I felt like I didn't have not only the language or the tools, but the permission to draw my boundaries, because I didn't know what they were.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's helpful to just sort of like, even if you're not 100% sure, even if you feel like, well, maybe it might work out, if you have that like doubt, follow that, because sometimes like it doesn't even have to come from, somebody doesn't have to be malicious in order to accidentally do harm in that way, because usually people, when you're trans, unfortunately, people are just, they kind of are exploring themselves while being with you, and that sucks. And it shouldn't be like that, but it is, unfortunately, because not a lot of cis people or straight people really are tuned in to our community and culture. So it's sort of like, you know, 101. And that's why, like, you know, everyone's like, oh man, we love your stuff, because you're helping those conversations so we don't have to have them. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for calling in and sharing that story with me and your perspective, because holy shit, like, I want for people to know that you don't have to settle for the straight guy who doesn't see you. Like, I really want for people to know that. Like, I get maybe he's hot. Maybe he's hot, but there's definitely a guy who's just as hot who will like you just as much for who you are.
And he'll be way more hot, because you'll actually like him and like being around him.
Yeah.
Because usually if you're just, yes. And yeah. And so even if you're like, oh, I don't know, or like, and a lot of the stuff I've been hearing, it's like, well, I'm femme presenting. It's like, well, I identify as male, I'm femme presenting, and I'm not going to take fault for that, as long as you're clear and you're honest before like moving forward. If somebody tries to lay the like guilt on you, it's like, oh, you say you're this, but you look like this, or I felt like this. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Feel very confident in drawing that line. And if you don't feel safe, then, well, there's your answer. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I just wanted to pop in and out with that.
Well, thank you so much for being brief. We love that. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're doing God's work. Have a good day.
Thank you. Praise the Lord. Shama ding dong. Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I think I got more energy for a few more, so here we go. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Kat.
Hey there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
This is Queen from San Francisco.
Oh, hey, Queen.
Hey, girl. How you doing? I think I have a really unique perspective on this because I am trans and non-binary, but I'm also cis assumed. So very
Yes, we love that
confusing.
term that you cited, cis assumed. Yes.
And I think it's created a very interesting. First of all, let's talk about men who claim that they are. I run into, as a non-binary person, I run into a lot of men who claim that they are non-binary. And if you say you're non-binary, then I'm going to assume you're into trans people because you don't believe in genders, right? You're non-binary, right? Like, so it's only fair for me to assume that you're into trans people. And then you realize that they're only saying that they're non-binary to gain access to AFAB non-binary people, like just because they know that those people will not date anyone that is a cis man. So they then turn to say like, oh, I am now non-binary to gain access to messing with AFAB non-binary, and then they see it to them as like a hetero cisgender relationship. Now, I've seen that a lot. But what I've also been running into is like men who see like it's almost like I can't put that I'm non-binary on my profiles and stuff because it's like people want me to put trans, because it's like when they see non-binary, I'm automatically assumed to be an AFAB, like a cis woman, just saying that I'm non-binary. So in dating or in like having relationships, I run into a lot of men who are like open and say, yeah, I'm really down with it. I'm really I'm really like open-minded, or I'm non-binary, or I've dated non-binary people before. And then you're like, well, just so you know, I'm and then that becomes a whole different conversation. Then it's like, oh, well, I'm only into to cookies, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, like, yeah, it's like that's the thing. It becomes like, oh, I'm only into vaginas, and I'm like, all right, well, I thought you were into non-binary people, and I thought you understood what that meant. So like that's been like a lot of my experiences that I've seen on this end. It's like, you can't be, especially like in the kink world, you cannot like say you're like non-binary because you're automatically assumed to be like cis.
I do think that people do tend to read that, like when they see non-binary, they tend to assume, because I've talked about this actually, because at least in the spaces I'm in, if there's 20 non-binary people in the room, 18 of them are dfab, 2 of them are dmab. So I think that most people's like experience with non-binary folks is with people who are designated female at birth. And so I think that oftentimes when they see that, or even when they see a non-binary person, or not even just non-binary, just somebody supporting trans folks in general, they assume that that person is dfab. I've noticed. I don't know. That's just been my experience.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's what occasionally ends up. I've run into people just sort of, sort of understanding non-binary folks as like a one-sided thing, where the only non-binary people who are non-binary are people who have vaginas. So you'll like see a non-binary person who's DMAB but very feminine, and they might assume that that person is actually someone who it was designated female at birth as opposed to designated male at birth. Yeah, it's complex.
And my journey to like non-binariness was different because, like, when I was younger, of course, presented as male, but was just naturally feminine. And then when I transitioned, it was a mix of, being passable and having to, be self for safety, but also the group around a bunch of women, other trans women, that were telling me like, oh, you have to be like the girl, and growing up very binary and telling me like, oh, this is what makes you a woman, and also mix that with like society and the men. So it took a while for me to realize like, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm like in the middle, you know what I'm saying? And really like coming to terms with my like non-binariness, being a very like passable trans woman, which I don't think a lot of people have heard this kind of side of that story, you know. And it's also, you know, even struggling sometimes with like, that was a big thing with me, was not presenting so dolled up or so how people expected me to wear. Like, you know, I went through like 5 years of never wearing jeans, or like never not wearing a high heel, or never not having my titties pushed up, you know. So I resonated when I saw you talk about the bra, you know. So like, yeah, that's been like a journey for me, is like tapping into my more masculine side and not feeling shamed or feeling less like a trans person.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Well,
I didn't want to take up your time. I just wanted to call in with that perspective.
well, I really expect you calling in, Miss Sis Assumed. I love that phrase. I love that phrase.
Are you coming up here for Folsom?
Probably not. I heard that it's happening, but it's probably not happened. I'm probably not doing that. But you know, you never fucking, because it's like the 9th, I think. I'm probably not, because I'm going to be in Missouri on the 10th. So probably not.
Well, we'll miss you.
Oh, well, you know, there's no information about the actual happenings at the event. So at least I haven't seen.
It's really weird. Like, how weird was yesterday? And it's like, that's just it. I didn't hear anything about it. And then like I wake up and there's just like a bunch of people dressed crazy going to like this festival, and I didn't even know about it until like the day of.
Wait, did it happen yesterday?
It was how weird, which is like, I would say it was more like this straight Folsom, I guess.
Oh.
I would call it. Like, yeah, it's just like a rave, I guess, out in the street, like a festival. Folsom without all the sex.
Well, I mean, that still sounds fun to me.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Bye, Kat.
Bye. All right. I've got a few more. Sis, I've been here for 4 hours. Kill me. Just kill me right now. 4 hours of my day. I have to like mentally tabulate which ones I'm keeping, though. I'm like thinking about it right now. I'm gonna have to edit this backwards. That'll make my day a lot easier. Anyway, I'll take one more. I'll take a couple more. Who knows? Let me get a drink of water or something. I've been here for so long. You see, this is what I do for you. This is what I do. I sit here and I take these calls and then I edit them. Oh my God, this construction. I need it to stop so I can work. I'm probably gonna have to film at my boyfriend's place tomorrow so that I can actually get some shit done, because they're gonna be working into the night, it seems. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'm going to come right back and take another call. All right, give me a second. Okay. I've returned. Oh my God, my phone is at 20% battery. I've had it plugged in and unplugged several times and it keeps going down. All right, one sec. Is Kat gonna pee for us? It's not that kind of show, Michelle. It's not that kind of show, Michelle. Anyway, let me be quiet for a second and take the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
I guess you can call me Tree, and well, my story is I'm a demi guy. Was born female. I was identifying as a trans guy. That didn't really work out. Then I went back to female in denial for a second. Then I came back to a trans guy, and then I just felt like there was something like more, and then went the non-binary path, I guess.
That's a common path I'm hearing from some people today.
Yeah, I guess. So definitely in the community, a lot of us, identities changing and stuff. So, well, I guess to start, my experience with straight guys is a very long one. With like lesbians, not really. When I was younger, I was always a masculine person. So I guess like, kids just clocked me, I was called a lot of things, he, she, the D slur. And I didn't really even know that I liked the girls at the time. I'm bi, by the way. But, just that like negative experience kind of like deterred me from really talking to girls because I was just like, it doesn't seem like the right thing. So my dating experience is mostly with like straight guys and guys in general.
Really? So you've mostly dated straight men? That's interesting. How has that gone for
Yeah,
you?
well, like I definitely stopped in my most recent years. They definitely do like come out the woodworks, very, I guess, confused if anything. But when I was younger and more like pre-T, definitely it was like I would like date them and they would be like interested in me. They were like, "Oh yeah, you're just like one of the guys. Oh yeah, you're like a tomboy, right?" And then they'll be like super cool with it. And then I started explaining to them, what I want, and they're like, do you really gotta get top surgery? And I'm just like, oh no. The question, the deterrence. And so like after a while just nonsense, I was just like, I can't do this, And like definitely hearing it from like a lot of other like trans guys, like during the time that I was like going through this in the community, a lot of trans guys, dealing with lesbian partners started to be like, hey, look, lesbians were guys, what I mean? Like, I get it if you're attracted to us, but that doesn't, you got to understand that we're men. And I noticed that a lot of like of the other side of the argument, started to come out. It's like, hey, look, lesbians can be attracted to us and still be lesbians. And then a lot of like, masculine trans guys, they're like, look, straight guys can like us and still be straight. And started to kind of redefine straight for a while. Like that was part of the discord. Like, hey, straight just means you like other sexualities. So I was like, wait.
Yeah.
And then that was very confusing. And so with that rhetoric at a young age, I was like, maybe dating straight guys, would work out. But no, definitely not. Like dating straight in and trying to like get them to hop on board just doesn't work. My best experience has been with gay men that are like, just like trans guys too, and bisexual men, especially pansexual. They're always nice.
Yeah, I personally, so like, I don't like to define anyone, okay? I think labels are, meaningful to the person who puts them on themselves, and I don't like to come and be like, hey, that's not truthful or accurate to you. But I am quite mystified. Like, I understand that there are straight men who are going to want to date, especially a pre-T trans guy, because they're going to digest them as, like you said, one of the boys, a tomboy, and it's kind of that kind of jokey, oh my God, you're like one of the guys, as though you're not a guy kind of thing, which is ultimately quite condescending. So I don't get that, but I know that a lot of, like you said, a lot of men are going to change their ideas of that when you start to take tea and when you start to physically change, and they can no longer suspend their disbelief and say, oh yeah, I'm going to continue identifying as straight while dating you. and I think that if I don't know, I think it's I think part of the complication with this conversation is sexuality is so complex and can't really be limited in these labels that we have. Like a lot of these labels that we're using, they have very specific meanings to people, and there are people who very neatly fit within that, and then there are people who really don't at all. Like I've known a lot of men who have predominantly been with women, predominantly cis women, who have occasionally here and there had sex with a man. Um, and there are some people who would believe that that one time they had sex with a guy made them bisexual. But a lot of these men are not identifying as bi because they don't register their attraction in the same way. Um, and we can debate about that, whether or not them not wanting to identify as bi is, them trying to do bi erasure or biphobia, who knows? Um, but I don't know. I just feel like it's always important for people to self-define, and I don't feel correct saying, "Oh, you think you're straight? Actually, you're not." That always just feels like a shitty thing to say, and it would equally feel shitty to tell a lesbian who's dating a trans woman that she's not quite a lesbian because she's dating a person who theoretically has a penis. So it's very complicated. And so right now you're saying that you tend to date um not straight men, right? Or you still, I assume you
Yeah.
no longer do. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I completely agree. But see, my issue isn't really like very like definition of it. I'm okay with it. It's just when they like seek me out
Yeah.
sometimes and they heavily tell me I'm straight. I'm just,
Yeah.
woke. I've literally
Mhm.
gotten that. Like I'm just a woke straight person. Like, whoa.
Mhm.
Okay, you're on Grinder, sir.
Yeah, sir, you're on
Hope you hop
Grinder.
out my inbox.
Do you know where you are, sir? This is not a Wendy's. But okay.
Like
I-
seriously, guys will come into me like with an order, their preferences, and I'm just like, hold on, like you're gonna, and they start defining me. Like I don't know where you are, but I'm kind of into it. I've never been with a guy, but you seem like a good middle ground. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, you brought up a good point about there's a lot of people who, they're trying to like experiment sexually. I think we had that conversation with a previous person. And I've known that like there are some trans men and non-binary especially masculine dfab folks who are kind of used as like a stepping stone for a cis man who might be a little bi-curious to discover whether or not they're actually interested in men, which that sounds like an incredibly alienating experience personally, but to each their own. you know have you had
Yeah,
experience with like that sort of thing with men specifically, like experimenting with you or trying to like use you as a stepping stone to like having sex with cis men?
yes. A lot of times it would be like, hey, look, it's my first time. I haven't really met anyone yet, but I looked up what you were, and I'm just like, it's very just like I want more like experienced LGBT members
Mm-hmm.
interested in me, people that already know what they know. I'm not really, there for like baby gays or I mean, no, like especially ones that are not coming with it in a good light. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not really like it was different. It would be like, hey, look, I've never been with someone that was trans, but I've dated other guys. I prefer more like gay men, maybe like
Mm-hmm.
seeing what's up than straight men, because with gay men, it's more in like good faith. Like, hey, I like masculine people. You're
Mm-hmm.
masculine. Let's try things out. With them, it just seems more like a fetish or just. And I know, like in some ways, they're not like thinking of it in a negative way. They're really just like, I'm kind of scared of. Maybe they're scared of being with another like, cis guy. But even then, I'm not trying to be their, safety cushion in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's not. I don't think that like every time a man's tried to use me sexually, it's kind of been like, oh shit, man, like that's literally the opposite of what I want. No, thank you. It's not been a positive experience for me, and it's super alienating. And so, yeah, I try to avoid those positions, especially now. And I actually haven't been in that position recently because I just put off I make it real clear that I'm not interested in being anyone's, fucking experiment. It's just that's not how I enjoy my afternoons personally.
Oh, yeah, definitely. For me, it's like, for me, it's just, are you even open? If you're not open, I'm not going to talk to you. No download, no nothing. I don't have the time, the stress. No, but that's just, my, views, in, my experience. I just really wanted to have this chance to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for calling in and giving me your perspective. I really fucking appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Bye. All right. I think I've got one more in me, and then we're probably gonna end. I'm sorry to the two other people who are not who are still on the line, but we have been here a very long time, and I am still gonna cut this show's still gonna be under an hour long. So imagine me taking 4 hours of this call and cutting 3 hours off of it. That's what we're gonna have to do. So anyway, I'll take another call. I love that another person just called in. Person who just called in, you're definitely not going to get on the line. 100%. It's just not happening. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi there. Who is this? Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
You are speaking to Mr. Beard. You actually commented on one of my videos like a week back.
Oh yeah, the apology video? Yeah.
Yeah. The Sienna May one. Yeah.
Yes, I do remember that. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, of course. I just thought I could give my perspective as someone who is. I mean, I considered myself a cis straight male until pretty recently. But like in the last year or so, I've decided to transition into being non-binary. So yeah, I'm someone who my experience with gender is a little bit different than some people. My experience with gender is kind of like, once I realized that it's all like a social construct, I kind of deconstructed it, I guess. And I consider myself more like agender than non-binary, if that makes sense.
What does that mean for you?
It just means that I don't really care about gender for myself personally. It just kind of means that like it's not something that really is something I take into account with myself personally. It's just not something I want to worry about. And I wonder if that's still under the umbrella of non-binary, or how people would consider that, because I'm still trying to figure it out. But
yeah, I mean, I would probably say that everyone who identifies as not the gender they were assigned at birth probably is, under the trans umbrella, but everyone has their debates about that. I personally don't really care to have those debates, but because it's not that important to me. But I would say if you're not a cis person, you're probably a trans person, most likely.
Oh yeah. I would definitely identify as trans. It's just whether or not I would be like under the non-binary umbrella. It just all kind of confuses me basically. But yeah, so I've been in a relationship with a cis girl who is straight for the most part, but I think she's like sort of questioning. But it's definitely been interesting going through the experience of coming out as non-binary while I'm in like a long-term relationship with like a straight cis girl. She's been very supportive in general. I think she's my soulmate, so I definitely love her, but it definitely has been a little bit of struggle, just sort of like kind of every once in a while she'll accidentally slip like, "Oh, you're such a strong man," or something, and I'm like, no, please.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as this conversation goes, I would say that I'm someone who does tend to have a little bit of a genital preference as far as preferring vaginas generally, but it's it's not like the only thing I care about, and it's not something that like it's a preference. It's not like a requirement. It's just something I tend to lean more towards.
Well, when you say that, what do you mean? Because to me, I've heard a lot of people, like, part of my frustration, bringing this conversation full circle, with like a lot of men specifically performing. Side note, I think I can hear myself in the background. I don't know if you've got the stream on or something, but I hear feedback. But
oh, I think maybe I was on speaker. That was maybe
okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay.
Like, so
Okay,
to bring it
cool.
full circle, like, so I've heard a lot of men say some variation of, you know, it's not necessarily a preference, but I do tend to prefer people with vaginas. And so,
yeah.
And I think that that's fine, but I guess, I guess what my frustration with this conversation is, like, I don't know why people feel like they can't just say, I like pussy and that's that, because when you leave the little squiggly wiggle room, it puts people who are designated male at birth in a position where they've got to kind of like do a Russian roulette situation with you if you're, I'm not speaking to you specifically, but people who feel this way and express themselves this way, because now it's like, well, they might be. It's been very like odd to be in situations where someone is very attracted to you, very compatible with you, and is entertaining the idea with being with you, but is inherently discomfort or uncomfortable or disgusted or just not interested in your genitalia. That can be kind of a dizzying, upsetting thing. And so sometimes I'm just like, because I've given my like time to some of these men who are like, well, I don't have a preference, but da 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 da. And at the end of the day, they do have a strong preference, and it's one that excludes me harshly. And I would almost prefer someone to say, hey, I'm just not into that, than leave the wiggle room because they're afraid of that. I think a lot of the vagueness, a lot of the wiggle room is an expression because they don't want to outright say no, because they're afraid of being seen as a certain type of person if they say no. If they say, no, I'm not into that, I'm not interested in that. I think that people have become very afraid of being criticized for voicing that quote unquote preference. And I think it's just a little frustrating to me because it's so vague that as a person in my position, all you can kind of do is say, well, okay, I like this dude, so let me try. But at the end of the day, they're not into it. And so, now you've put yourself in a position where you've been open with a person and they, have a sharp preference that directly excludes you. So I don't know. It's been a bit frustrating because like, I don't really think there's anything wrong with saying that you prefer, or not even prefer, but you require your partners to have vaginas. I don't really think, like, one of the best things, I mean, so I've talked about this a couple of times in the context of preference discussions, but one of the, it was a harsh experience I had, but one of the most helpful experiences I had at an event was I was talking to this guy once. It was a BDSM social, and we were having like really positive conversation. We were getting along really well, and I was kind of being a little bit flirty. And he directly said to me, I'm very flattered, but I'm only interested in, he literally said, only interested in thin white cis women. Now, obviously, that sounds super harsh,
Yeah.
it was harsh, but what it also did was let me understand that this was a person who sharply was not open to dating people like me. And that allowed me to see this person in a different way, because sometimes my frustration is there are these people who leave a little bit of wiggle room, they leave a little bit of wiggle room. And so then if you're into that person, it's like, okay, well, he's open to it. But that little bit of wiggle room.
I think.
Go on.
I think if someone has that sort of like little bit of wiggle room or has preferences that are in that sort of gray area, I think it should be up to them to be very upfront about it. I definitely agree with you that if they're in sort of that gray area, they need to let people know that ahead of time so that it doesn't put people in a really uncomfortable situation. I think a lot of this might be being caused by the confusion around the discourse, as far as like, because I know there are some trans people who think it is just fully transphobic to have a genital preference or to have a genital requirement. So then that might be partially causing people to feel uncomfortable to be upfront about that, because they might feel like, oh no, I'm about to get labeled as transphobic, even if I'm not necessarily transphobic. Because I think there can be multiple factors that cause someone to have a genital preference. I think, because sexuality is obviously a very complex thing. There's obviously sociological things happening and biological things happening, and it's all just very complicated. But yeah, I would agree with you. I think if you have a preference like that, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I do think there would be something wrong with stringing someone along and not like letting them know that you have that sort of preference.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's really what I'm referring to, because because there's a lot of people who are, attracted to me in a superficial way, but when it comes to like actually doing stuff with me physically, you know, they're not they're not open to it. And so when you are in situations with someone who's giving you that little bit of like open door that maybe I'm kind of, or might be, it's not, when they're kind of leaving that wiggle room, but it's actually no, it's just a shitty position for a trans person to be in. And I would absolutely agree. And I said this in the podcast that like, I think that a lot of men, because, a lot of men are attracted to the type of woman who would be a sex positive person, who often means that they're going to be an LGBT ally. And so they're going to probably want to present themselves in a way where they will seem like a safe person for this woman to be with. They're going to sort of say what they need to say in order to get that person to feel like this is a one of the hashtag good ones, right? And I think that's and some of these, and a lot of women who support trans folks have definitely leaned on the side of, well, it's transphobic for you to reject a trans person, and so in order to make themselves more attractive to this specific type of woman, they're going to at least pantomime openness or leave that wiggle room that I described, because they know that it's going to make them be seen in a more positive light by the women that they're interested in. And just for me, it's all so dizzying, because I think, if you were to poll, look, online, I'm positive that if you were to ask people, is it transphobic to not want to have sex with a trans person, you're gonna have a lot of people saying, you're gonna have a lot of people saying yes, right? But I don't know very many transgender people who think that and carry that thought in their daily lives. Not really. Like, and also for me, when it comes to that particular conversation, like, what's the application of that? Okay, somebody's, like I'm not going to yell at a man to fuck me because he's a transphobe. I think he's like that isn't really.
Yeah, if there's a transphobic person, I want them to stay away from me. Like, I wouldn't expect anyone to feel like they need to want to have sex with me. And if they are someone who is transphobic, then yeah, it's like, I don't want transphobic people to feel like they have to want to have sex with trans people, because if they feel that way, then that's just going to put trans people in even more horrible situations where they realize, oh shit, I'm with a transphobic person right now,
Yeah, I mean, and I think like look, I think one of the reasons I don't love the discourse around, is it transphobic whether or not a trans person to date or sleep with a trans person. I hate that discourse, because like it just it's not something that's actually going to encourage anyone who's not wanting to date a trans person to date a trans person. It's just not. Like, no one's going to listen to this argument and then suddenly be like, oh shit, I guess I'm gonna be open to something I'm not usually open to. Usually what changes people's minds is actual exposure to transgender people. A lot of people imagine a transgender person as a specific look or vibe, or even a specific genital configuration. And then they frequently will end up meeting a person who they find themselves attracted to, who they realize with time they're open to being with because they're attracted to that person. And then that might even open them up to more transgender people. But at the end of the day, like the argument about whether or not it's transphobic to date a trans person or not, it, to me, it's kind of a waste of time. I think it's transphobic. I think sexism is transphobia, and the type of sexism that makes it so that the only valid people who could be in certain types of relationships are cis people. I think that's fucking transphobic for sure. I think the fact that people aren't often presented with trans folks as valid dating options, I think that is transphobic. But I don't necessarily think that a man rejecting me is, and I think that people have taken that conversation, really twisted it in a certain way to where now we've got men who don't want to sleep with trans women saying that they are open to sleeping with trans women, and not to express it to, like, not to express positive affirmation to trans women, but to signal to the people they want to date that they're open-minded. And it's dizzying. Like I told the story of the guy who fucking made all of this did a whole fucking show about how open-minded he was. He's been with trans men, he's been with trans women, he's done this and blah, blah, blah. Then we do a thing, and then when his cis girlfriend is there, it's, you deceived me, you tricked me, da 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 da. I've never done anything like that before. I've never been with a trans woman. And it's like, wow, holy fucking shit. That was all a performance that you did because you thought I had a pussy. And that's
Yeah,
scary to
that's
me, actually. That's actually quite
absolutely
scary.
performative wokeness.
And no one is helped by that. No one is helped by that. But the problem obviously is that there's no way. I mean, I've asked a few people during the show, is there's really no way to say, hey, I'm a person who's open to dating anyone regardless of their gender, as long as they have a pussy, without sounding like a shitty person. But that is the preference of quite a few people. And
So do you think that the label of gynosexual, using that in kind of an attractive, attracted to pussy, do you think that is like a negative label to use? Because that's the only thing that I could find when I really researched it.
I don't particularly feel any way about that because I'm not a person who, has that part. From everyone I've spoken to today, they very much don't like that. They very much don't like, they very much don't like the idea, regardless of how true or valid it may be, that the only reason a person is pursuing them and trying to date them is because they have a pussy. Like that, like just the idea for a lot of people who are designated female at birth, that somebody is literally only open to being with them because of their genitalia. That's very terrifying.
It feels like it's reducing someone.
Incredibly
it's just reducing someone to their genitals. Yeah.
Incredibly. And it's something that doesn't exactly happen on the other side of things. Like, I don't know a ton of people who are willing to date anyone regardless of their gender as long as they have a penis. Because we don't really commodify penises in the same way. We talked about that a bit earlier. Someone brought that up. I thought it was a really good point. But like, I don't.
Yeah,
like.
I think there's a lot of patriarchal things going on there under the surface for sure.
Of course, and that's. I think that's part of why the conversation is so complicated. Because on one hand, I definitely feel like if that is your sexuality, that's valid. Like I don't want to get to a point where people can't say, "Hey, I only like these genitals, and that's how I feel." And I'm attracted to people with those genitals, and that's it. Because I think that that's still a valid sexuality. I think that we don't really have the right words to describe that sort of thing. And I think one of the central parts of this problem is that there's no way for a lot of people to describe themselves in an accurate way that isn't invalidating to somebody. For a person who describes themselves as bi or pan to reject a trans person, that's very confusing. Very, very confusing. And I've been in those situations several times where I'm bisexual or I'm pansexual, but then they don't want to be with trans women. They're only interested in people who have pussies. And like, hey, I think that's fucking valid, but it's also kind of clinging on to a term that, like, often doesn't mean that, often means the opposite of that. And now, it's a bit, I don't know. I think that our language isn't perfect for it. I don't think that we've got the right words. And I think that we have to at some point acknowledge that like um these words are not going to cover all the stuff. Um there's
Yeah,
probably not going to be a way to describe attraction that isn't going to be alienating to someone. You know what I mean? Like it's always probably going to be there's going to be someone on the other end of it that's not going to love it. I think all of these terms are contentious. I mean, we've talked a lot about trans men being with gay men, and I know that there's a huge fucking debate amongst gay men about whether or not sleeping with a trans man means you can still call yourself gay. There's
I
and
think that's I don't agree with that.
of course, but there's a lot of debate. It's a huge fucking conversation, and it's a hard one to have too, because people are so protective of these labels, and because a lot of times these labels are attached to oppression. This is so relevant when it comes to lesbians as well. Lesbians have fought very, very hard to have a very specific space and a very specific term that very specifically refers to them. And there's a reason for them to be defensive, and I think that that's a valid reason. But it often ends in some really shitty invalidating things that invalidates certain people who have had sex with people who aren't cis women. And I think it's just
Yeah, it
there's
unfortunately turns very turfy sometimes.
oftentimes. So I think that we benefit from having these conversations. I'm not sure if we'll ever find a solution, but I think it's interesting to talk about nonetheless.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is I don't know if I necessarily like, obviously everyone's perspective on this is valid, but I don't necessarily see someone finding a certain body part attractive. I don't necessarily think that has to equate to I'm only attracted to this person because of that body part. Because sometimes when you see a certain body part, the way that your body reacts, if it gets aroused or it doesn't get aroused by seeing that, is not necessarily something that you have control over. And that's not necessarily meaning, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're reducing that person to just that body part, just because you get aroused when you see it or you don't get aroused when you see it. However, I do completely understand that when someone says, my sexuality is I'm attracted to vaginas, then that definitely sounds like, oh, I'm reducing someone to just that body part. But
well, I think
yeah,
so I have this conversation all the time when it comes to my own preference sexually, because I am somebody who, my ideal sexual experience is somebody who like basically ignores my genitalia. That's my ideal. But there are a lot of men who don't see a purpose to of being with a trans woman if they can't have access to that. And so
they kind of fetishize the penis part of it.
sometimes, and I think it goes between, is it fetishizing or is it just what they like to do sexually? And I think that can be very complex, because trans bodies inherently, I don't love this idea of always associating attraction to trans bodies as fetishistic. I think it does kind of become fetishistic when it's a deciding factor, when someone's like, oh, I don't want to be with you because you're not going to perform this specific sexual thing for me. But I think it's kind of a similar thing where, I went on this date with this dude, and we had a great time. We connected really well, but the deciding factor of whether or not we were going to continue was my genitalia. Because he misunderstood what I meant when I described myself as a trans woman. And so I think that, it's hard to not feel when you're in those positions that somebody is narrowing you down to your genitalia, because that's kind of what it is. I don't think that there's anything
Yeah.
wrong with like being turned on by someone's body, like you can't really help that. That's the thing we've been talking about all day, is like attraction is not an easy thing to control. Some people are going to be attracted to people who might not be exactly the gender that they tend to be attracted to, but that's kind of involuntary and we can't really help it, right? But I think that it can feel incredibly objectifying, to basically communicate that if this person doesn't have this part and give you access to this part and allow you to have certain types of sex with this part, then they're no longer going to be viable to you. It's hard to communicate that and then not feel like somebody's narrowing you down to your genitalia, even if it's like said in the most politically correct way you could possibly express it. It's still going to feel shitty. And I've had these arguments with men several times where I'm telling them, hey, no, fuck, this makes me very uncomfortable and I don't date men like that. And then it devolves into an argument about how they're not fetishist and how dare I say this and how dare I say that because they just have a preference and yada, yada, yada. But then it's like, but you also communicate to me that you can't even imagine dating me or having a relationship with me unless we had that type of sex. So you do care, you know, you do very much care about my genitalia being consistent with your specific sexual interest. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe internally, you know, when a man looks at a vagina, regardless of who it's on and is turned on, that's like an involuntary thing that they can't control. But when I guess it's going back to the whole, there's no way of communicating it without it sounding shitty, because that's just kind of what it ends up coming off as.
I think the conclusion we would both agree on is that if you do have some sort of harsh preference like that, for the safety of trans people, you really need to be disclosing that up front. I think we both definitely agree on that.
I think that's, I think absolutely. And also maybe like, I guess my biggest confusion with most of these conversations is if you're a man who's attracted to cis women and only wants to be with cis women, there are so many you can be with. Why date the non-binary person? Why even put them in a position where they have to now question if you actually like them for who they are or for their anatomy? You know, like just date the people who are, you know, consistent with you. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but you know, it just seems like an issue that is being made worse by the fact that certain people aren't willing to voice their boundaries on both sides in so many ways. You know, if you're not attracted to people who aren't women and aren't and don't have, you know, and don't have vaginas, let's just maybe not even try to pursue it or entertain it. I think that we would all benefit from people being more honest, but I think we also have to have more conversations about how somebody doesn't necessarily become a hateful person because they've voiced their own personal like thing. I think that these conversations become so dangerous and so kind of like messy because a lot of people don't want to hear certain things. And there's really, because there's no way of expressing a preference to any sort of body type without it sort of subtly suggesting something negative about other people's bodies. But I don't think we'll ever be there, which is why I don't broadcast my preferences most of the time, because I don't want to have to debate about, you know, why I'm attracted to very specific types of men. You know, no amount of argument. Go on.
Yeah, it feels like body preferences are kind of inherently objectifying, so it's like you don't even want to have that conversation.
Well, yeah, they are. I mean, in so many ways, that's what this all is. Everything we're doing is objectifying people, you know, in some way, shape, or form. We're all sort of doing that, but there's just different, you know, ways in which we you know, look at it. You know, I'm very much attracted to my tall partner who's, you know, very, very like, you know, put built and things like that, who could definitely throw me across the room. I'm very attracted to that, you know. That I call that a lizard brain level attractive thing, because I literally can't control that, you know. That doesn't really mean I'm not attracted to other people, but you know, I've got that sort of thing and that's what you know, I'm into. But I'm also in so many ways projecting all this other stuff onto him that may or may not be true, you know, and that's part of attraction in so many ways. And I think that that's another aspect of the conversation, is like everyone to some degree is kind of projecting things onto their partners that may or may not be accurate. It's just some of those projections are more harmful than others. I think for a non-binary person who does not identify as a woman, who, though they may be dfab, being seen as a woman can be incredibly fucking invalidating. So I guess to bring this back to you, sorry that I've been ranting. To bring this back to you,
it's all good.
How would you feel if, you know, obviously you're with your soulmate, but let's say you weren't. Let's say that you were single and you were still out there. How would you feel if someone was attracted to you, but only attracted to you as a man?
Yeah, so I have mixed feelings about it. I wouldn't necessarily feel like I want to close myself off to the possibility of being with straight women, because I'm someone who kind of considers myself more agender than non-binary. So it's kind of like gender isn't really something I care about. So I have kind of more of a different experience of I'm fine with people sort of seeing me however they see me. If they see me and they want to use he, him pronouns because that's how they perceive me, that's fine. If someone wants to use she, her pronouns and that's how they perceive me, that's fine. For me, it's just something that doesn't necessarily like cross my mind as much. But I think that also might be because I was assigned male at birth. I don't feel as much of like a pressure coming from cis straight women that they're going to be predatory or they're going to get angry with me if I don't do things the way they want, or that they're going to like blow up at me and hurt me if I say something the wrong way. I think that assigned female at birth people have a lot more, they can end up having to protect themselves more because men can be so shitty, you know? So I think my experience might be a little bit different as far as I'm a little bit more willing to like open myself up because I'm not as afraid of getting, hurt if I do that.
Well, I mean, like, so we talked about this earlier, but like, I've been in plenty of situations where I found a non-binary person attractive because I saw them as a cis man. And I know just because of my own just tragically, typical interests, that I'm only really going to be comfortable dating a non-binary person who not only is very comfortable with being seen as a man, but doesn't resent being seen as a man. Because I know that just the way that I date and the attractions that I have, there would be no way for me to date a person who felt like that particular vision of themselves. I couldn't date somebody who resented being seen as a man. I couldn't date somebody who hated me looking at them as a man. I couldn't date somebody who would feel uncomfortable with me projecting masculinity onto him. I wouldn't want to do that because I know that it would be a really shitty position to put someone in. But I also stay steady and firm in my own interest, and I know what I like and I know what I don't. And so I know that I would not put anyone in that position.
Yeah, I think that comes down to kind of the complicated thing where you could see someone as non-binary but still see them as masculine, because you can have a woman who is masculine or you can have a man who is feminine. So as long as you're validating that their identity is non-binary, like with my partner, she validates that I'm non-binary, but she is like she's like a submissive person who definitely is aroused by like masculinity, and her seeing masculinity in me doesn't necessarily invalidate me being non-binary, because I believe that masculinity and femininity is just kind of like a thing that is an amorphous thing that is kind of a spectrum, so I wouldn't necessarily be upset by someone wanting to see me as masculine, but if they want to see me as a man and they can't see my identity as being non-binary and they can't see that as valid, that would definitely be where I would draw the line and say, well, if you only will see me as a man and you can't accept that I am non-binary, then that would be where I would say this isn't going to work out.
But now, so this was a question I've wanted to ask people all day, and I never got around to it. But like, what would being seen as non-binary mean to you? Like, if you were to describe that, or how you would view a person who's non-binary, how would you see that? Because I have my, when I meet a person and I know that they're non-binary, I immediately kind of internalize them as just a person who isn't that on that side or this side. It's very easy for me once I know that to make an adjustment. But I'm also not dating these people. I'm also not in relationships with these people. And I know that it would be really hard for me as a person who IDs as straight to be with a person who was DMAB and not see them as a man, because that's my attraction. So I guess, what would that look like for you? Like, what does being seen as non-binary mean for you in the context of a relationship?
Well, yeah, I think the difficult thing is someone who is non-binary is just anyone who falls anywhere on the spectrum that isn't the two furthest ends of the spectrum. So that can be wildly different from person to person, you know. But for me personally, being seen as non-binary for me is just that you're not going to place any societal expectations on me of how you need me to act or need me to dress, or, you know, you're not going to be like, why are you wearing this thing that's not manly enough or whatever. For me, being seen as non-binary, it's not like being androgynous necessarily. It's not like I need to be seen as perfectly in the middle, halfway between man and woman. It's more just that you're not going to like put any expectations on me of that I have to be a certain way. But if you do, sometimes I do feel more, I have days where I'm feeling more masculine and, you know, the traits associated with masculinity. Some days I have days where I'm feeling more feminine. I wouldn't necessarily call myself like gender fluid, but I guess being seen as non-binary is usually just, for me, would be just don't place expectations on me of how you need me to be. And if you can't be with someone who, if you feel like you're just so socialized to the point where you feel like you have to place these expectations on them that they're going to be the gender that they were assigned at birth, then yeah, it probably would be best to not be in a relationship with a non-binary person.
Yeah. It's interesting because you brought up the expectations part. And sometimes when I talk to people who ID as non-binary, it does feel a bit like they're rejecting the social expectations they have as a gender that they were assigned at birth. Like, you know, which makes sense to me because these are like I said, there's a script earlier in the show. There's a script that everyone's kind of, given at birth, and a lot of trans folks are trying to just reject. It's been a 4-hour show. I'm fucking up my words. Sorry. They're trying to reject the script that was given to them, and saying, no, that's not who I am. I'm going to define myself. And I guess it's interesting to think of that, only because I sort of look at gender as like not necessarily about the roles I play in society, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm a woman.
Do you base gender more around like biology then, or how would you define
I
gender
don't.
for you?
So this is the interesting part of all of these conversations is I don't really believe in justifying why I'm a woman.
Yeah.
I didn't say I'm a woman because I enjoy makeup and pink and girly things. That was never part of my thing. It was more of a knowing of my own gender and a comfort in my own body and as who I was. But I know that like that's a different view that a lot of people have, because I look at people as you. I don't love the ways in which we've limited people's capacity, in life. I don't think that women should be doing X, men should be doing Y, and we're all constrained to these things. I think that we can do whatever we fucking want, and our gender is really about our own vision of who we are, and for a lot of people,
I think
go on.
The day that I like realized that I was non-binary, it was kind of, I just was like looking back through my life, and I was realizing like any time that I felt like I was expected to be masculine, or anytime someone called me a man or said like just any sort of those experiences didn't really have any positive feelings or positive emotions tied to them. And I was like, yeah, I just have never felt like being a man is something that has brought me joy or brought me comfort. But my response to that is not, okay, then I feel like I want to be a woman then. It was more, okay, I just don't feel like I connect with any of this, so I just feel better being somewhere outside of that,
I I mean, that's very, I mean, a lot of people, that's their aha moment is, they realize they feel discomfort with being referred to in a certain gender. And that's the aha moment for them. So it's good that you've been able to come into
Yeah.
yourself. Like we said earlier, there's people that have come into themselves quite a bit over quarantine. It's been a great time to self-reflect and grow. All right, I'm definitely hitting my wall here. So I'm so glad
For
that you
sure.
called
Thank
in.
you.
I'm so thankful that you waited online for so long. I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's been really great getting to talk to you. I really appreciate your content. So
Oh,
thank you.
thank you. That means a lot. All right. Bye.
Have a good one.
All right, y'all. I'm never doing a 4-hour show ever again. Mark my words, it will never happen ever again. Baby, listen. This day, look. I'm not even gonna I'm supposed to see my partner later. I'm probably not gonna even be able to talk to him and be like, look, we're gonna watch Raised by Wolves and smoke weed and have sex, and that's what we're doing tonight. Because I don't even think I want to talk. Oh, okay. And now I've got to fucking edit this. How fun. All right. I will talk to you guys later. Bye.